Oh, I'm relaxing. Trying to relax. I just can't understand why. Oh, I get these emotional. Low blood pressure. Oh, crikey, was that all yesterday? I don't know why I'm so relaxed now, and yet, feeling. And then, bam, I feel terrible. Got low blood pressure. My blood pressure's going low. Oh, I can't figure it. Something definitely imbalanced. Oh, anyway. Try and breathe. That's it. Okay. All right. This is a diagram of a previous experiment. Now it's all in my mind now. It's all in my mind. It's a pretty good one, that I think. It's too bad I haven't got a room that size, or something I could put underneath the floor, so far down, and have a specific chamber, like a manifold chamber, sort of similar, I suppose, to infinite baffle IBS, infinite baffle sound or something. But then low frequencies are like waves of motion, and they're so individual. When you think of them, say like on ocean waves, each dip and peak, or each kind of motion flow of the water that's going maybe this way and then that way, it's going all in a spiral movement. You just look at it and just look at the motion of, if you were on a board on the water, sat on a board, and and there's a lot of, the board, and you're sat on it, that's going to press down a little bit into the water to a degree, and then the current flow underneath, of course, got to take the current flow into account, and the motion and that, and then your board starts going like this, up and down. You get this rocking motion. You don't quite get that with that hover boss, or whatever it is, that sub bass thing, because that's pretty much, I don't know if it's one dimensional per seat. It's kind of one dimensional, so it's only making the seat boom, 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 going up and down. It's not, you get those other things on seats, and they kind of tilt it that way, 1, 2, 3, or four of them, and then you get this tilt in motion. That can only go so far, of course. I'm surprised those tiny little things could, like hydraulics. So I'm surprised they could move that amount of weight, even for a seat, and then you're sat in it. Yeah, and seeing sub-bass speakers and someone standing on sub-bass speakers and kind of moving around in a similar way of unstably, because of the motion. And I'm surprised, because normally if you put your foot down, or any pressure amount onto a speaker, or depending on what type, usually you push the voice coil downward. I'm surprised the voice coil, or whatever, it's got so much movement, as well as the the design on the basket, the design on the spider, the edge rubber surround, the cone, the type of material used, the type of the weight of the material as well. And yeah, I can see a guy sat on, and it's just thinking, okay, that's enough, because I don't need to see anything more. I think, well, that's pretty good as a sub to do that amount of, Um, but I don't know. Having been out yesterday, and just going around with my cat bear in the cat carrier basket, listening to all the sound and the visual, the colors, all the visual and the colors, blow Dolby Atmos and HDR out the water. Even blows my DSLR out the water. I don't know why. I go somewhere yesterday where I had not been before in decades. I mean, I'm talking a lot of decades. 4.5 decades. I go to a specific location, and I take Bear there. I'm surprised I didn't pack my DSLR and take my DSLR with me. Instead, I'd take my camera phone. Oh, a camera phone is a load of rubbish because it is crap compared to taking pictures with a DSLR or maybe a mirrorless camera. A smartphone is crap for picture taking. It's like, it's okay sort of things you could say. It's like buying one of those Kodak disposable cameras that they used to have in airports back in the 1970s, or maybe sort of like a Polaroid camera. That's what a smartphone is compared to a DSLR. Oh, DSLR would just, because you're talking about the lens, and that's just a basic wide angle, that's just a basic wide angle. Look at the size of it compared to a bloody smartphone. Smartphone doesn't have, variable of the, that action and a few other things, and you could do a lot more things on a bloody DSLR that you can't even do on a smartphone. They're not that smart. They're just it's just a bullshit word to make you think it's clever, but it's not. It's only as clever as it's been designed by algorithm and bullshit and marketing bullshit. Anyway, just like Dolby Labs. Bullshit. It vexes me. It vexes me where my blood pressure goes low. Because you got all the, I almost pity the wokeness of home theaters on YouTube. There's quite a few of them are going around. All the big names on YouTube that are always BSing or I don't know whether they may be BSing or they're just ignorant or just, I don't know, just plain not well educated in sound. It doesn't require a PhD in being an acoustic technician or this or that. A PhD, you know how much money that costs just to get a piece of paper with some prick's name signed on it? Oh, insult. And then you could just wave that piece of paper around. I'm a doctor in this area, a doctor of nature, or doctor of audiology, a doctor of biology, doctor of archaeology, or doctor of whatever, doctor of masturbation. Yeah, why not? He's going to wave a piece of paper around, say, I'm a doctor of masturbation. You got to have a sense of humor. Crying out loud. Doctor of astronomy. Doctor of astrophysics. I can keep on going on down the list. Yeah, Dolby Labs, they had a doctor, a PhD, what was it, Poppy Crom. I think that was just some, some shill that Dolby Labs needed at a specific time just to give their marketing a boost and brainwash all the rest of you lot out there into wokeness. Meh, sheep. Dolby sheep moss. Unbelievable. Never heard anything like it. Never seen anything like it in all my years. I mean, do you know how much degree of sound? You see, I do that. That's there. That sound is there. It's not a speaker that's there, placed on a wall, and it's doing that. I move it there. It sounds completely different. It's total opposite. I could have two sounds, one speaker clicking there on the side wall, or maybe a multiple array of surround and a multiple array on the ceiling. But I move my fingers away and then move. It's the complete. It doesn't work. Doesn't work. You can mess. You could. All you get is some other type of an approximation of sound, but you can't. Not unless you put a speaker right in front of you. And how many speakers do you need? How big the speaker? That's the key. You see how big my thumb is? My thumb and my finger. See how big that is compared to a speaker? Even if it was a teeny little speaker that you use on a laptop, and they're only about that size, not even an inch or something. They're millimeters or so. Well, maybe an inch for argument's sake, but it can only do so much of frequency sound reproduction to a small degree of power handling and so forth. And, having sound in cinema today, I find it tiresome. I really do. I find Dolby Labs absolutely tiresome. They are beyond fucking disbelief boring. Because nothing has changed. Nothing has nothing's what's the word? Nothing's really evolved in cinematic sound since the very early days. Mono. They could have made multi-channel sound way back then. All they had to do is figure out, hey, what if we have 4 record discs, 78s, Vodafone, mono. We could have one channel here playing this, and the other, and the record disc, and they could have had 4 channel sound even back in 19, well, actually not 1927, maybe I think 1920. I think it was another movie that came out before The Jazz Singer that was only music. So it was more or less the first, Jazz Singer was only the first movie to have a combination of music, dialogue, and sound effect or such. And sound effect back then was so in its early stages. But people, we still hear. But only a very few degree. If I had to tell my dad, it's like, say, I hate the word where someone says, oh, don't preach me, or tell how granny to suck eggs. I will, because I think I got a fucking fucking D, because I spend most of my fucking time. I don't have to go out and spend £5,000 just to get a fucking PhD, a piece of fucking paper. Are you kidding me? I got a fucking D. So fuck all of you out there and the fucking Dolby Atmos home theater you got. Even when I do this, I am constantly fucking listening. I hear two sounds, a head cavity sound and an external sound, which is going down to my ears. If I go like that, I hear stereo. And that's just one fucking mouth moving side to side. And that's a tiny degree angle. We're talking that. Boom. Boom. So that's like, say, you could say that's a speaker. But then you've got to go a little bit narrower. Maybe the mouth size. How many speakers... Well, actually, how many encoder to decoder do you need? Atmos is not even a fucking toy. Oh, it's so irritating. And you got all these people showing how the render is, and you got these, we'll show you how the Dolby Atmos works. It goes here, it goes up along here, and it comes down here. And it moves backwards, and then it goes along the back wall, and then it comes back down this way, and then goes up, and then goes up. Oh, boring. Whatever happened to down here? What happened to this axis on the bloody sound down here, for crying out loud? When I'm cycling, when I'm going along the promenade, I can hear the wheels below me going across the sand, different gravel, surface sound, and people's footsteps at that or this level down here, for crying out loud. And I go past walking, and I'll go past someone, or I dismount, or I demount, get off the bike. And I'm walking by, and I hear someone on their phone, and then they walking past me. I hear them at this level here. And if I were to say, hey, stop, go back there, all right, and I'm going to crouch down, okay? I'll crouch down, and then they walk past. So I'm crouched down now. So they walk by. I hear them above me. Where your ears are is what you hear. Does that make sense? Is that in any way unbloody clear to anyone that's crying out loud? You got that bloody bullshit with Dolby Labs a few years ago. What happened to Poppy Crom? Well, she's not with Dolby Labs anymore. And Dolby Labs, has its Atmos evolved? No, it hasn't evolved. 10 years of bullshit, brainwashing, marketing, and it hasn't even evolved one bit. I mean, in the first, when you think, Dolby Labs, they came on the scene with the movie industry, 1971, I think it is. They were around in the the 1960s when developing noise reduction for professional recording studios, mostly for music mixing. And then they used their same technology on motion picture soundtrack to give it a better quality, less noise, hiss, and snap, crackle, and pop. Optical soundtracks, magnetic soundtrack. Actually, magnetic. It's really magnetic soundtrack when you think of it, and some of it's only converted to optical. So the optical print is cheaper than the magnetic. So they could put out more optical soundtracks and magnetic soundtracks, which are extremely expensive. Actually, they're not really expensive. You see, without the advanced human mind of last, I think it's 200,000 years or something, we wouldn't even have the means. I wouldn't even be here right now whispering this to the microphone. It doesn't cost a fucking penny. Oh dear. You wait until, well, I hope it doesn't happen. I hope it doesn't happen because there won't be money involved, because money won't have any relevance anymore. If a third world war breaks out, seriously, money is not going to have any fucking bearance or fucking relevance, because everything will be totally fucking annihilated. People won't be using money. They wouldn't even bother robbing a fuck. They think this war, when it's over and everything, it's going to be like, you think if you land on another planet, you're an astronaut, if you can make it there, 300,000, 500-year journey, I think, to a possible near like. You think they're going to have a fucking cash machine there to pay you your fucking wage? Bullshit. I have to abide by these rules. So do you. Money is just a passport, and I haven't even got a legit fucking passport to go from fucking England to fucking over to Hawaii. I want to visit Hawaii. I've got to go from fucking here over the Atlantic, and then part over the fucking United States, and then over to the Pacific Ocean. All I want to do is go there for fucking less than 7 days and then fucking back home, because I've got my cats to feed, because they'll be in foster care I'll be putting them in foster care. So money's just a fucking passport, so you can go out and do two things. You could either use it illegally or legally. Illegitimate or legitimately. Legitimacy or illegitimacy. Illegitimacy. Oh gosh. I think I've got a hairball. That's better. So money's just a passport. Does it buy you happiness? Of course it doesn't. I was out yesterday. I wouldn't say it was the best. I was just there. Now I'm here, ranting, because sound is always on my mind. Visual is always on my mind. I might be going to a high-end technical home theatre demo. I haven't been to a home cinema demo in quite a while. So I'll just wait until they got an appointment and they say, hey, do you want to come along on this day? And I'll just got to email them and say, yeah, I'll come along. I couldn't just go there yesterday because they did it, even though it looked quiet, it was definitely doable and possible. I could. I mean, I could demo something in my room and, anyway, we'd go outdoors, okay? And you hear a lot of sound. I mean, I made a comment post yesterday, I think it was, just last night, I think. Oh, yeah. Where I was located, and like I said, I even got it in the video. I even got it in the video on my travel yesterday. I thought, wow, I could hear the ferry that had to go across the water to connect to the other side of the land. Otherwise, I'd have to go completely all the way around to get where I want, and that would take me probably 3 hours of cycling. And I thought, sod that. I'll go on the ferry, cross that way, and then I've got just a short way to go. But I would say the approximate distance would probably be about 2 mile distant. And I could hear the ramp on the ferry coming down, and I can hear this clang, 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 clang as the vehicles are getting off, because that clang, clang, banging, boom, that, if with an SPL meter, makes a very high SPL high level range. The scale of it will put a Dolby Atmos home luxury theater completely in the fucking dust, because you're talking about a huge magnitude of level that not even a single loudspeaker could even reproduce. Even if you had a dozen, you got to record that sound, and then you got to play that specific sound back, and then you got to say to yourself, does it sound anything like? And you think, no, because the speakers are located up there, where the ramp is down here against the ground, and then the vehicles are coming off, and then it's banging, tapping the concrete surface, bang, 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 bang. And I could hear that distant against the ambient sound of the wind that was blowing. It was very mild wind, about 6 mile wind yesterday, I think it was. Southwesterly wind, this way south behind me, so it was that direction wind, about 6 mile, and I could hear the ramp, boom, 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 and I thought, wow. And I made a comment, and someone said, you have got good hearing range. I mean, that's 2 mile. It could have been 3 mile, but there wasn't hardly any obstacle in the way for the sound to be much obstructed by, because it's more like a line sight bush, the sound going out. And I thought, I think it's there. That's where the ferry thing is there, because the point of view where I was, Harry Rocks, okay? So this is Bournemouth round here, and then Harry Rocks is over here. So I got to go along the promenade, and then I'll get on a ferry, cross over, and then I've got to do a little cycle, about 40-minute cycle, I think, to get down to Harry Rocks. I haven't been down there in 4.5 decade. I'm surprised they haven't got it fenced. You know, it's one of those areas where I'll do anything for you if you get rid of all those atmos speakers. I got a nice location to show you here. Boom. Ah! I'm surprised they haven't got it fenced, or even CCTV cameras, you know, so if something were to happen, you know, I don't think people are just going to go there and then jump off the cliff. There are plenty of cliffs along Bournemouth, Boscombe, Sandbanks. There are plenty of those to jump off. But I'm surprised the location like that. Because what if someone suddenly were to feel like myself, low blood pressure, and I start wobbling around? I just, you know, my vision fades in and out. My auditory, it fades down. I don't hear any sound, because the pressure is fading. It's like, you could say, like, in simple terms, it's like having an amplifier that's underpowered, and if it hasn't got enough amperage or voltage, you don't hear much sound, because it's going below the specification. and until that level of amperage and voltage level comes back up, and then the amplifier sounds okay again. And then you realize there's something not right. It's got to be checked out. Why? I should be checked out. I had an ultra scan and they said it looked okay, but that means nothing to me because there's so many areas in the body. What's causing this? Yeah, outdoors yesterday, I had no problem. I'm completely baffled. Anyway, my auditory is okay, apart from a little tinnitus. No thanks to fucking Sensorround. I must say, the ferry was fucking loud. Where you two areas on the ferry, the slightly outside area where all the cars are, that sounds quiet or less noisy. When you go slightly on the inside, where you got all the metal going down the sides and you got an entrance going through, and it's all clang, 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 bang, 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 bang. Thinking, fucking hell, I've got to put my earplugs in. Oh, my poor cat bear. I don't know how he tolerated it. It must have scared him. Thinking, what the fuck am I doing out here? What is that ruckus? Yeah, but you know, it was 6-7 minutes to cross over the water. But yeah, it makes a lot of sound on you. So I say, go on a ferry, always take some earplugs with you. You never know. Yeah, pair of sunglasses. I need to get some glasses, filters, because too much of being outdoors with the bright light is very wearing on your eyes. And the glasses, yeah, it just filters it down. It's like the screen brightness here. I fade it down. We fade it down until it's comfortable. Otherwise, it's eye straining for the amount of time, and even any light. So, look at that diagram. Yeah, it's very hard to decipher that, isn't it? That's one diagram for a type of sub-bass system. There's so many ideas and designs that one can come up with. I don't know why people build their home theater in a basement when they should put it on the floor above. And that way you could put a specific sub-bass system in the basement that are probably not with intent to make it, you know, because there's only so far you can go with this whole thing. It's like the hover boss. I kind of felt that action with being on the ferry. As the ferry gets near to the bank, okay, it then starts to have this up and down motion. And that's probably the chain, or tensing, tightening, or the action motion of the water. It's one of the two. But there was this, it felt infrasonic as well as audible sound, because I need analyzing equipment to measure that sort of thing. But it was interesting. Yeah, it's like I say, where your ears are placed is what you hear. Like, I'm in this position. So if I'm in this position and any sound I hear, that is what I hear. We are the observer, the camera moving around on film. That does that. There might be someone else behind the scene noting continuity and such, and production sound recordist, photographer, and you got someone also taking still pictures and that, so for continuity, and someone writing down, so they get the editing okay. Because sometimes you see film editing and it's like, what's going on here? But if a scene is cutting back and forth so quickly, it's like going camera there, and then camera turns that way, and then camera turns that way, and then turns that way. So that should change the perspective of sound to a certain degree. Atmospheric sound would sound more or less the same. It should have equal pressure completely, right down to the bloody ground level, going up, and then up to, I don't know what altitude, to a point where air and sound speed slows down, and then it starts getting very fucking freezing cold, when then no sound at all. See, that's completely different. Do that on a speaker. It's in a box, and then it's against the wall. Take the speaker out of, so it's called free air. Now, I wonder how an atmos system, okay, would sound like with free air speakers. But you still got one problem: the boundary of the room, the surface boundaries. So if I click my finger, I know it's reflecting partly on the wall and coming down to my ear. So there's 1, 2 sounds, one there, and then the reflection. Yeah, free air. What was almost hilarious yesterday, when I went to this showroom. It's in one of the videos I got. I'm going to this showroom, and they have a JBL synthesis. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not against JBL synthesis. I just think it's a little bit overrated and overpriced. When you might as well just go out on eBay and get the real JBL Cinema Professional of the past. The past ones are great. You don't have to have something that's, it's today, okay, or to no day, whatever, and it costs $3,000 per speaker. That's ridiculous. You go back and get something from, made decades ago. It's not a problem. Sometimes my system can be so bloody overpowering, and that's got to be careful on how much amplifier power is being applied for the bass, the HF horn, to the surround speakers. And really, it's a lot more than that to calculate the actual voltage level, how much voltage level is going to the bass driver, the 8-inch bass driver, multiple, how much to each single, and how much to the total of all of them, because the figure will go up in value. You got to have a voltmeter on everything, and then calculate that, and then calculate the level on the bass drivers. Because if you're just a few dB, a few voltage up high, that's not going to sound good, because it should all be the same level. So many ways of, all these home theater shills on YouTube. I'm just going to call them out, for Christ's sake. techno dad, youth man, Joe and Tell, you know. I'm surprised they haven't got a voltmeter, much less the THX crossover monitoring. That'd probably be a little bit too advanced for them. Nah, there's a lot of shills on YouTube, and if you want to get sound levels, you know, it's a lot more than just using a microphone and some bloody pink noise or sine wave frequency sweep. Whoop, whoop, whoop. It's a lot more than that. Whoop, 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 whoop. I could hear a reflection on that. Whoop, 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 whoop. That whoop is resonating on. If I press my finger on that and do it again, whoop, whoop. Oh, it's still doing it slightly on the inside. That means there's a little bit of metal. It's probably like that, and it's just resonating. If I put some dampening, then it, or have it secured, then it won't make that sound. See where I'm positioned, and I hear it at that angle, because it's more or less it's only it's more or less within a few inches, plus it goes a bit lower down. And see where you are, where your ears are is what you hear. What you hear, where your ears are located is what you hear. So you move up and down playing pink noise, the perspective of it, the whole thing changes completely. Everything's out the window. You go outdoors and you listen to real life, and it's like flipping out. Binaural recording, that's not even a fucking toy, because you need to reproduce all that sound information back with speakers that are floor, the whole fucking wall, the whole fucking, and maybe a few placed in the middle part of the room and so forth. That then would look intimidating and not to mention an eyesore, because you'd be just seeing bloody speakers everywhere, for Christ's sake. I've heard binaural recording sound. I'll put the headphones, I even play it through the system. And it's like, that doesn't sound like I'm at Leicester's Piccadilly Circus in London, because that red bus that's over there, the sound of it should be like, boom, like that. It should be like that, but it sounds like that. And I can tell how far away where the camera is to where the curve on the pavement to where the road is, and the sound sounds like that. It should be like that bloody level. So much for bloody binaural recording. Oh dear. But it just captures a sound, an approximation, and that's all you get. But then you should take that approximation and take it a little bit further and mix it with below sound for here and here and here. That's been done before. Sound up here on the ceiling, that's been done as far back as 1969 with Ice Station Zebra. Maybe not on the dub stage. They may not have had speakers in the ceiling. But overhead surround has been around since 1969 at the Odeon Cinerama downtown. And experimental modern day Dolby stereo overhead sound. Actually, that came around a little bit earlier as well. I don't know about the downstairs screen number 2 at the Odeon, the Gaumont, because that had overhead speakers as well as along the side wall and the back wall. So you get a left half, right half sound, which is very common back then. Uncommon now. I don't even think, I'd be surprised if a CP850 could even do that. Like, you need a Dolby SA10, which has a special circuit on it, which does a switching circuit. So you can switch it to Dolby well, you could take center phantom signal away from the surround and put it on the back wall. So it just plays along the back wall only, and the other sound plays down on the side. Or you can switch it back to conventional, where the sound that's on down the side walls is also on the back. You can't do that on any present AVR receiver made, period, since what, 2000. The only version that could do it properly was an SA10, a Dolby SA10, which is a CP45. And all it was is just a switching circuit. It's just a logic switching circuit. So if it's in a certain mode, it switches, open, close the circuit to put the. Actually, I actually prefer the left half, right half surround configuration, and it's a bit of my fault only. You know, the center back surround idea is my fucking idea. As far as I'm concerned, 1989, I came up with that fucking idea while I was in cinema projection, and thinking there's something a bit iffy with split stereo surround in 70mm. 35 at the cinema where I was, but when I'm going to another cinema and listening to 70 magnetic, thinking there's something that's disorientating me when that sound is panning, because it's still there and it's going there. So it had a kind of unnaturalness about it. And it just bothered me until one day, I think it was probably late afternoon. I'm in projection, almost finished my shift for the day. And I thought I had this idea because I was listening to the cinema booth monitor, how the mono matrix surround channel sounded. So I'd often listen because I was, wow, I'm fascinated. Because as you're in the auditorium, you hear the whole sound as a whole, all playing simultaneous. So the monitor gives you the ability, gives you the access to monitor the sound discreetly, left, center, right, and surround. Yeah, and I suddenly got the idea, and basically the idea was staring at me. A Dolby CP55. It's just a matrix decoder. Put a matrix decoder on the surround, on a stereo surround, and bam, you got sound going down the side wall and then onto the back wall. I had that up and running. I had all that up and running. 1998. I could have had it up and running, the very least, 1995. But Dolby AC3 was not cheap, and even having the Laserdisc player modified for an RF RF AC3 output was a bit pricey. The AC3 Laserdiscs themselves were a little bit cheaper than DTS. When DTS came around 96, 97, I think, home cinema, their price was up there, and AC3 Laserdisc price was down there. So even though AC3, the equipment side is a bit pricey, and DTS was a little bit less pricier. Does that make sense? It's a strange balance, that. So you got the AC3 cheap, the DTS a bit pricier on the disc, but the equipment is a little bit fraction cheaper than AC3. It's a strange balance. But now it's well, it's sometimes you look for a demodulator. They're about the same price as they were back then, if not a little bit more pricier, because there are not many of them around, and I don't think there's a reason why it should be pricey. I mean, not sure how many serviceable parts are inside. If one goes wrong, you think, well, I wonder what could have, likely case could be capacitors or a little micro. I think it's like a little micro transformer inside, because they're usually 120 volt. You rarely get one that's universal international voltage. Mm. Oh. 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 Wow. Well, I'm not going out today. A little bit. Oh yeah, achy. You want to go out, Magic? Okay, we'll try. I'll see if I make it doable. Around the some. I'll see if I make it doable. Not today. Not today. Looking at how many miles. Looking at how many miles did I cycle yesterday? I don't know. Seemed like a lot. Seemed like bloody. Oh gosh. Guest curve. Guest mate. There and back, how many miles? Thinking maybe 50 or 60 miles. I don't know. I don't really care. It seemed like getting over from here over to Harry Rock. It seemed like it took 8 hours. It just seemed that way. Oh, it's the road, because I haven't gone along the road. I haven't gone that path. Not in 4.5 decade. If I could do that route again, yeah, I'll be a bit more familiar with it. And interesting, Seeing the bus timetable. They got a bus timetable like that. Looks like it goes from A to Z. And I can see all these people waiting. I'm going along the road and I'm seeing people waiting. I said, oh, another bus stop, people waiting. And I'm thinking they must be waiting for some alien Earth encounter arrival of a UFO. So it looks like something out of Close Encounters. Load of people down a road and they're just like waiting for a UFO. So I say to them, are you waiting for an alien encounter with UFO to pick you up and all this, beam you up? Because where's the bus, for Christ's sake? I've gone along this road so far for about 30 minutes. I've only seen one bus go, and that was way, way back. And that was going on the ferry, open top bus. I think the timetable was a little bit misleading. Even some of the people was with what I said, because they're waiting. Bloody hell, where's the bus? You know, they got to look at the timetable, but I think the buses on that route must have been on every hour. Oh, they're not on the regular flight path like an Apollo rocket launch mission. No. See a bus like every, say, 25, 30 minutes at that route. That's every hour or so. So it's like standing on a road out in the desert with watching tumbleweeds rolling around. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't mind going on a not open top bus. It's not much of a big deal, really. Don't know if I could get my bike on it. Well, if you can get a pram on a bus, then you can get a bike on there. Bike's no more different than a pram or a mobility. No more different. And then sit on the open top of the bus. It's just experiencing the air, wind, and that's all it is. And the point of view would be a different angle, a bit higher up. Notice a few degrees in difference in the sight. That's the only difference. I'm surprised the ferry. Really, to get over water, I'm surprised that was £2. That was £2 return. That's not bad. So it's like that's like thinking that's like £1 over that way and then £1 back that way. That's not bad. It's not a case of the money. The fuel, they get so many, and they work out the percentage and maintenance and everything. They calculate all that. That's not bad. Otherwise, if I had to go around the other way, which would have took probably 3 hours, I'll probably be drinking, okay, and then I'll have to buy another drink to refill my bottle. So you do that calculation, and might be almost £2 or more just to get another drink. Yeah, when go that way, over. I'm connected. I saw these other fascinating things. I don't know what the heck they were. It's like something out of a sci-fi movie. They sit on them on the water, and it's like some propulsion system underneath the water, and they're like on a floating over the. It's weird. Don't know what the heck they are. And it moves pretty quick. I was thinking, blimey, that's going almost fast as I can on my bike on road surface. Whatever, probably not cheap. Probably go and shoplift one. Or you just find out Wikipedia. I don't know what they're called, so I wouldn't know where to do a search because I don't know what the heck they're called. Something like a surfboard propulsion system. I don't care. I can easily tell it costs probably about £20,000 for something like that. I'm not interested. Unless it's like a Lotus, it can go under the water. Then I wouldn't need the ferry. I'll just go get a Lotus, go under the water, come up on the other side, and that's all I need with rocket launcher. So when there's people that piss me off on YouTube, I'll say, time I say goodbye to an old friend. Yeah, and I'll just stroke my cat. Goodbye, Mr. Bond. Oh. Anyway, yeah, and that's for the shills and all that. Yeah, it's time that some get a little bit more, given. It's time for all this misinformation being put out on fucking YouTube about fucking, I saw another video that it just talked about, and I was thinking, oh Christ's sake, I might as well just get one of my small little JBL Control One loudspeakers just to use as the experiment, because I'm not using my big cinema ones because I can't move those around easily. And I think, okay, I could do this. Show how this works. Towing a speaker. Basically, all it is just angling the speaker. So if I've got a microphone over here, okay, and I've got a speaker there, look at the pink noise, and I'll put it on a scale on the RTA, so you see a wavy, so it's a bit easier, and then make a position, like, okay, note this position here on the curve, okay, while it's playing pink noise, and then I'll gradually move the speaker, turn it, and then you watch that curve waving there, and it goes up a little bit, okay, and then I'll move the speaker back that way, and the curve goes down. If I move the speaker over this way while observing the curve may slightly go up a little bit. That's all you need. You can't often see it, but you need an RTA, a microphone, to see it. You can't see it with your eye. You can hear it, but you're not too sure. But I would myself, I'd be sure. But you need two people. One person to turn the speaker, one person to listen. So you say, turn that speaker, and everything's positioned. So you're going to be turning that speaker at tiny fraction degree. Tiny fractions, as well as tilt. The tilt as well. That's why because certain bass frequencies are omnidirectional. But some sine wave tones, if you observe it carefully, or if you keep a very steady eye on that RTA, which is very difficult because it is pink noise and it's moving like that, so that you see fluctuations. With a sine wave tone, it's steady state signal. And if you just move a speaker slightly and observe the tone, but you need quite a few microphones. Look at Bear's ears. His ears twitching and moving. Those ears were only really there to tell him where other predatorial is near him, to alert, and also to home in on prey. Or the moment he hears the biscuit feeder, bam, he's scooting. He's got his little invisible scooter. So I'm an hour into ranting about Dolby Labs and why I think they're flawed. Well, it should be pretty obvious. I can make immersive sounding with just Dolby Stereo. And it's so simple. In fact, it's easy. There, wait. Yeah, it's easy. I've come up with so many ideas to make the surround channel on monomatrix. I haven't fitted the below surround in for that monomatrix surround. All I could do is a steering, a ProLogic steering effect. That's all I can do with it at the moment. I need to feed the output so it takes the full range mono matrix signal, or mono discrete, or split stereo surround. So basically it'd be taking the stereo, because what format I select on the cinema processor is then what is used. Dolby Stereo 424, Dolby Stereo discrete. In fact, I'm more back into listening to Dolby Stereo than Dolby Atmos, because some of the few Atmos discs that I got are completely woke. They are fucking beyond. In fact, they're beyond woke. Some of them are so bloody fake. It's unbelievable. Ethel Swan, I've kind of got over that now. It's near. It's not good. It's rubbish. It's fake. It's a fake up mix. I'm not even too sure about left center, right center. It's okay-ish, but the side surround and the overhead surround on it is a bit fake, because if there should be individual Jerry Goldsmith music, that's like playing the whole music score. But if it was just a single piece of instrument that's panning artistically, and this is a thing with, like, what does a mixer do? He's got to really pull something off to knock the socks off, and then you have a specific musical instrument playing somewhere in the many's overhead speaker zone, like a boom, 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 and that sound's going to radiate down with the bass. Okay, so if you take a specific music element, stem track, bush, and put it up on the overhead, rather than, that sounds like the whole Jerry Goldsmith music score. That's bullshit. That's a fake. It's easy to spot. You don't need a Trinov to show bloody objects fucking moving around. What? Oh, at least it shows, No. If you're going to be only focusing on one thing, turn off all your front channels, your sub, turn off all the surround speakers, and just listen to the overhead. And it takes me less than a minute to know it's complete bullshit or if it's a legit mix. Only less than a minute. Well, less than 10 seconds. Oh. And I could see the level meters moving around on the Storm Audio. That doesn't tell me anything. I'll just listen, and I know that's bullshit. Because it's not artistically, because if they had to remix something, it would cost millions of dollars, many months. In fact, it should take longer than the actual time it did to do that movie originally, because you got to play specific and it's got to be done perfect. Well, it's got to be done way better. It can't be perfect because that's impossible. You can't do it perfect. It's impossible. Because you can't put a sound there, literally, fingers rustling. You can't put it there. The sound is over here on the bloody speaker on the wall, or up there on the fucking ceiling, or in front and behind you. And that's all it can do. Nothing below. Not unless you've got a system like mine, mono with a matrix below surround. I'm the only home cinema with one on probably the planet. It's like going over the Sandbanks, which is over that way. It's the fourth richest part of it's the fourth richest on the face of the planet. I didn't know that. Wow, that's kind of cool to know all the millionaires, all the millionaires and billionaires, or whatever, living down that way. It's where all the rich people live. Yeah, but what's my cat bear up to? Look at him back there. What the heck is he doing? There. Oi. What are you rapping? Oh, no, there's no food in that. You're just being fed. I just fed you. The box is empty. That cardboard box is empty. Oh. No, I'm not feeding you. You're being fed. Give me low blood pressure. Oh. Oh. Oh, I'm not sure how that Trinov sounds with regard to this remapping. That's like saying Indiana Jones and Raiders of the Lost Ark, and the map room is over there, and they got to remap it. But Bellark, he's digging over here. He's digging in the wrong place. The remapping. I'm not sure how that sounds when Pink Noise is playing and remapping the speaker. Now, I know when I've done a thing recently, I've done it twice, and it's a bit of I think epic fail, because I don't like the way it sounds, especially when using the phase control or the time delay. Because what I do is I output on the Behringer DCX channel, two channels, two outputs into a XLR Y lead. Okay. I'm thinking that I can gain at least 9 parametric PEQ filters, but it doesn't quite work that way because it's got a bit of an issue. So I can make a single channel speaker go whooshy. And usually you only get that effect when you got 2 speakers or 3 on a Behringer DCX. You got the left, the center, the right, or if it was with the left center, right center, I could do that. I could generate the pink noise. And if I go to any one of the Behringer DCX and adjust the phase on one channel, I can hear a slight whooshy effect. And change the time delay, I can hear a whooshy effect because 2 speakers are playing sound out and one's been slightly delayed, held back in time, while the other one's coming out at me and the other one's been held back in the main sound. Just delayed. And the more delay you add on it, and then it sounds like an echo. That sounds rubbish. But it was kind of like making a whooshy effect on the center channel. If I give it a little bit more listening with pink noise on say left, center, right, and adjusting it, would I hear the sound or the appearance of the sound shifting up and down with the center channel? Because all my speakers are in one position. I can't move them down this way. I can't move them any higher. In fact, they're a little bit too high near to the ceiling, which, it works, but it works. So it's almost like listening to the sound at UCI Tower Park in one of the smaller screens where the speakers are a little bit higher up than screen 5 and 6, where they're a little bit lower down and the screen size is a little bit larger. Auditorium is a little bit wider, so the screen's the screen is there, the speakers, whereas in the smaller auditorium, the screen goes sidewall to sidewall, and the speakers are here, left to right, and then the center. So the left and right are only a few feet away from the sidewall. And it works. It works. But the angle is like kind of looking like that angle rather than that angle. Small, large auditorium looking at that angle. Bear. See, I'm on the device. Bear. My cat, I don't know how he senses. He can map when I'm getting near home. And then he gets out the carrier, the carrier and looks around. He knows. Get off of there. He's a cats are on a complete mystery. A complete mystery of. Oh, no, he wants to go out. He's getting sort of bored, frustrated, and it's like someone that says, "I want to go out today. I want to go out today." No, it's raining. Yeah, doesn't stop everyone else from going out. I just don't like rain. Oh, I'll go out then. Fuck you. No, you're not going out. You'll get wet. Fuck you. I'm going out. How many encode decoding channels do you need? A lot. Need a lot of them. If there's all this bullshit speaker technology. Actually, it's components and other manufacturers are thinking, that's good. We'll use that. We use that and we'll make our own version of it. And we got something we can sell. But problem there, it's too much. Costs too much. If it costs too much, they're not going to sell like hotcakes. Make it affordable, they sell like hotcakes. You still come out winning. Maybe. Make it too expensive, you only got that selected audience. Buyers, owners, tiny, teeny. And that's just the snobby people, where it's all poor peasant people like myself. We got JBL professional cinema in the home, and yet all the snobs, all they got is these wisdom speakers. Never heard of those speakers in a cinema, have you? No. Have they been used on a dub stage? I don't think so. Could a wisdom speaker outperform my JBL 4673? I don't think so. I don't think a wisdom speaker would have a pair of legs to stand on. Could a JBL synthesis outperform my JBL 4673? I don't think so. I've seen the size of the speaker. I've looked at the specification, not to mention the price. And I'm thinking, crikey, my entire JBL professional cinema costs less than that single speaker. What's the world coming to? The salesman, the other day says, where do you get your speaker? Where do you get your JBL? I said, eBay. And the look on his face, it was priceless. Oh dear. Because they aim, the marketing is all aimed for the snob, the rich people, It's like, oh, I won't go on. I won't be seen dead on eBay or something. eBay's not evil. It's you just got to check the feedback. You just got to check feedback. You go and buy something from, I don't think, and then you look at the feed, you read the feed, it's like, oh, that's not good. And it's like buyer beware and all that shit. Yeah. You ain't gonna, you got to keep looking around. But you think, that's the only one that's got that JBL speaker. And that's a ridiculously cheap price. But I'm skeptical. I just don't like the look of that feedback. It's like, might as well just drive up there, rather than have it posted, because you don't know what the state of how it's going to be packaged for transport, for transit. If they wrapped it up in a brown paper bag, there's no way it's going to make it. Sometimes they do. They just get cheap brown paper and put it round the bloody and mail it. You got to be kidding me. But I even had one person that brought all my JBL speakers for my screen channel. He brought them all down. He didn't really want to trust posting them. And I said, for an extra 100, 120 or so, I'll pay you, come down. And he brought them down. They probably would have cost a little bit more than that if I had to have them packaged, because you've got to have all the, and that adds a bit more weight. And, but yeah. When I saw the actual speakers in physical size, which I haven't seen for quite a while, there's only one cinema in the area that used those speakers. I think they still use them. I know how they sound in a larger auditorium, which is not too bad. I could buy a flat pack speaker set, but don't have experience with flat pack. Just got to glue it, and well, actually, if I was gluing it, I'd be doing a little bit more to reinforce it. Probably the same way as I've got my other sub bass speaker built. Put a batten on the inside, and then countersink on the outside, drill, and then put screws in, make it and put a heck of a lot of liquid nail, a lot of liquid nail on it to make it bloody tough. But that doesn't make the outside of the MDF impervious unless you put something else around it. Maybe a type of rubber. Yeah, think about it. They say all the speakers, right, with sub bass and putting rubber pads to minimize vibration. That's a load of bullshit, okay, for starters, because the sound wave is still going to go out, impact in a room, in a corner, and I got a nagging lady saying, "Can you turn it down?" See, you could have the speaker away from the floor and it's still doing the same thing. Just use your ears and listen. Go around with a bloody SBL meter. Bloody how it vibrates on the floor. That has to be. See, there's so many bullshit, misleading videos on YouTube. I kid you not. They are so bullshit and non-fucking science. Audioholics. Oh, please. Please, it's a bloody amateur. I mean, I'm like someone with a bloody PhD. The way I would test it, the way I would fucking test all that shit, I would actually have a floor with the speaker up there. And so you got like a basement. You put the speaker above the basement, and then you try all these rubber pads and you try sine wave tones, and you got the microphones underneath measuring. Is there a difference in that SBL level? Has it changed? Then you need something else. I think they come on the phone. They come on the phone. So let's see if I can bring it up. It's a bit technical. It's probably not the accurate, but you can go out and get something a little bit more precise, I suppose, or rent or hire it, because I imagine it won't be cheap to buy it, even though the mind developed it for practically free of charge. It's just, you know, where is it? Got so many here. It's like a needle in a haystack. Where the heck is it? Looking for it. Oh, no. I haven't deleted. Oh, no, there it is. Oh. It's a needle in a haystack. Let me turn the washer on. The noise, the sound is just the signal of the vibration. It can be adjusted. So I'll just turn the volume down. You can adjust it, the scale reading for the vibration. Okay. I'd use something like that, but the phone would have to be specifically placed. Specifically. And it could only be used as a sort of maybe like a guideline. Because you think a sub bass does all that bloody blah, 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 blah. That's bullshit. That's just the air pressure waves going against a boundary surface that's not even bloody secure. And it's just resonating. and making an annoying bloody noise that's not even part of the sine wave tone. Forget about the soundtrack. It's not even part of the sine wave. It shouldn't be making that bloody. If it's making that, then the room is no good. It's useless. Completely. There's a home theater on this guy on this YouTube. He goes on that Youth Man channel sometimes. He's got a basement, typical USA basement. And he's got all these subs. And he said in one video or whatever, it destroyed my kitchen. I'm not surprised. The floor's made of fucking wood and timber, wood beams and wood panel, floorboarding. What do you think? The bloody sound's gonna not pass through that? Of course it is. And that stupid sound pressure level, what, to impress? I could do that in my room. And then the only problem you end up there is the sub bass signal just masks the other bass signals in the sound mix. You just get a load of masking effect by that many great dB, and that's when the other sound is there, and then you got the sub bass there. That's the wrong way to do it. It's the wrong. You got to monitor those signals on an RTA, the LFE signal, and the, say, like the center channel, or the left or right, or the surround, and the LFE, all at the same time, and monitor the level of the frequency, not the bar graphic level meter. That doesn't tell you anything. That just tells you the whole max level of the low, mid, and high level frequency sound on the full range channel. Then you look at the LFE or the signal. That's like that signal, the bass is there, and then it's about there with the left, center, right, and all the other channels. And then you add on the middle frequency and then the high frequency. Boom. It's easy if you put it through say like something simple like a Behringer DCX, and then you subtract high frequency, mid frequency. Get off of there, Bear. Get off of there. And then you subtract, and then you gradually get less, or you simply use the crossover, and it's set to high. It's going full range, and then you put, say, like a 48 dB, and then you just bring it down, and just watch the RTA with the pink noise playing, and then you gradually see the scale of. It's easier if you turn the RTA analyzer around this way. So it's not going that way in time domain. So it's going around the opposite direction. So you see all the bass, mid, and high, this range in the frequency scale going this way. And then you just gradually, and then you can see everything coming down, and down. Does that make sense? Crying out loud. It's bloody obvious to me. And then you know how much proportion of the LFE, where that signal is, it's there. And then the bass for all the other channels has got to be within that window. Sometimes you get more bass energy in the center channel than the bloody LFE. I play my sub hot. What's hot? What the fuck's that mean? Doesn't tell me anything. There's no, hot. What, like you're burning out the bloody voice coil or something? You put in the amplifier into a almost thermal shutdown. You could have a few thousand watts on your amplifier, and if you got the levels set incorrectly, you could be putting too much signal out into the system. It's got to be checked with a voltmeter and RTA. It's got to be checked electronically and acoustically. You can't just check it acoustically. You got to check it electronically as well. because the electronically value would be more or less the true value as it comes out of a speaker. You know, the volume of the enclosure of the box with the speaker it fitted it. Oh, you got to look at those factors. You got to look at those factors. And it's simple calculation. Simple calculation. And you realize, okay, your system is now tuned. Okay, if I want a bit more output, I'll just change the gain level for all the channels and just raise it up a little bit. And that gives me a little bit more. Okay, now I notice it sounds a little bit too harsh at certain frequencies. And they should be all equal, those frequencies, all going from the surrounds through to the screen channel, the overhead, the below matrix, discrete in this here. They should all have the same level electronically. But acoustically, they might sound a little bit, okay. So I'll just put a PEQ filter equal on all the channels and widen the Q bandwidth out, and then I'll just lower the level down. Give it another listen. Oh, that's better. Because the ear is sensitive to certain frequency until it gets to another part of the frequency range where it's really extremely sensitive. You need to trim that a little bit. And it's got to be done. It's got to be done specific. There. Come on, stop it. Come on, stop it there. Come on, calm down. Calm down, Bear. Oh, we're not going out today. Not going out today, Bear. No, we're not going out today. We went out all yesterday. Oh, and you're meowing. Oh, you're being fed. You're being fed. Magic. You're being fed. You're after that. You're after crisps. You're after crisps. Oh. No, not you. Now, Bear. Come on. Look. Look, look. Go and wait for the biscuit. Come on. Go and wait for the biscuits. You're not having crisps, Bear. I've got to take you out, Magic. I've got to take you out. See how you behave with fish and chips. We didn't get fish and chips last time, did we, Magic? Because it was closed. Bear's only been fish and chips a few times, but he hasn't touched any. He doesn't touch any food until get home. And then you want what I want. Come on. No, Magic. I am not giving you this packet of crisps. No, you're not eating that. It's got salt and vinegar on it, and you know, you'll feel sick. It won't be good for you. I can make a sandwich. Yeah, I can make a sandwich. Yeah, I'm gonna make a sandwich. If I can make a sandwich. If I can make one. Oh, crap, I've got to feed them. Again. Get down. Oh, wow. Where I stand and crouch is what I hear. And everybody should be hearing the same thing, not brainwashed by all the bullshit. That's what I call soundly uneducated. And then you hear it in all this atmos bullshit, and everybody believes it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I bet everybody believes Joe and Tell and Techno Dad would show in the atmos thing moving around. Okay, now. Really. Never known anything like it in all my years. And they couldn't even venture beyond, like, oh, let's try and modify it, or try it like do a matrix below surround effect with it. It's easy peasy. It's just reverse polarity, for crying out loud, of the signal or the phase, the panning and so forth. And basic stereo is pan pot left, pan pot right, or generate pink noise into the system. When it was a little bit easier with the going through the multi stereo channel mode, I could generate pink noise in all the speakers except for the blow surround. But then I have two REW, Room EQ Wizard, bring REW1 up, REW2. And if you look, there's a little box on it, inverted signal. Click on that, and then I've got sound coming out my below surround channels while coming out all the other channels, because I've got positive and negative. And wow, does it sound disorientating? Get down. Come on, down. Being fed. Get away. You are not messing up my sandwich magic. You just had wet food. You just had wet food. You are not messing up my sandwich magic. So you got to keep a cat curiously interested with eating its meal. The moment it's finished and it sees you preparing a meal, it's going to rape. It's going to snatch that sandwich out underneath your nose before you know it. I've got to keep my eye on him. Now the bear is trying. Oi, come on. He wasn't interested in yesterday, bear. Get home. Oh, get home. Oh, yeah. You want to try. Yeah. Strange character. Meow. Okay. Crisp sandwich. Wow. Wow. Cat food. See, if I took cat food out, I might take one of these out next time and see if Bear will have them eat it. If he doesn't, the outside is confusing him. Feeling insecure. Cats naturally outdoors in group. They eat their food rather quick. They're always looking around. Kind of like Mr. Sulu in Star Trek. You know, watch Star Trek? Every time Captain Kirk comes on the bridge, and then Mr. Sulu, he's like that. And you got the music playing with the Klingons. Dun, 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 dun. He turns around, looks like that. And turns back. He's like a cat. Oi, fuck off. Yeah, Bear's telling you to get down as well. I've got the other gourmet. I'll try taking one of those next time and see if Bear will eat it. You must be hungry yesterday, Bear. Huh? I had biscuits, but you didn't want to touch the biscuits. Biscuits I put in a little bag, and then if I forget to take the biscuits out of the carrier, and the biscuits are in the bag, the carrier, he tries to get the biscuits out. Don't understand. Yeah, he wouldn't even try and do that outdoors. Strange. Maybe if he was outdoors a bit longer, he would then do that. But offered a biscuit, even an offered a chip, even a bit of scampi, he wouldn't touch it. Got a little bit of ice cream on his nose, and then, yeah, he licks his nose. There's some sound I can't hear. Magic's below me. Soft paw. Ninja silent. Until he meows, and then I know he's below me. Where I am standing is what I hear. I put my ears and stuck them on the floor. That's where I would hear the sound. Any sound above, I would hear it above. Any sound that's at the floor level, I would hear across the floor level. It's simple, it's simple. You don't need a fucking PhD, for Christ's sake. And when you masturbate, well, it's down there, isn't it? You feel the force. Feel the force, Luke. Let go your feelings. What? Oh dear, I don't know. I just don't know. Can I do that? I hear the sound below me. You watch that in a movie, yeah? The sounds are bloody up there with a bloody dialogue talking from the bloody HF horn. Doesn't make sense. When you watch Aliens, mostly, you got the drop ship coming down on the what's it? Yeah. And then you got the doors opening underneath. You should hear those doors. Oi, motherfucker! See, I take my eyes off him. He's up behind my back. If he had a knife in him, he'd stab me in the back. Fucking muck. He's trying to lick the bloody mayonnaise. Fucking motherfucker. And you got the drop ship, coming down, and then the ramp door, the door, cargo doors opening. That should sound below and sound really exhilarating. I can see it in the mix, the visual, and I know where the sound will be. I'll have to listen to that scene again. On the 6-track discrete. So what the sound is on the left and right. I think it's mostly in the center. If it's mostly in the center channel, you can't do squat with that. Yeah, I could have it going through a Behringer, through put in 2-phase control and make the signal of each speaker kind of go whooshy, whooshy, and then think, I wonder if I could try something with that. Put maybe a matrix decoder attached on that. Would it see the frequency and do some kind of shifting motion? That'd be interesting. It might not work. Well, try it. So it'd be like trying to get blood out of a stone, How much can you get out of a bloody mono signal, for crying out loud? I mean, to make it move, rather than it just be there all the time sounding. And all you get is differences, sounding bass wave, middle range. You get a kind of sense of movement, but not real true sense. And you got to thoroughly listen, think, are we being bullshitted here with DTSX? Or Aura or Dolby DSU? Are we being bullshitted? If I drop this glass, I don't know. Well, I wouldn't do that. This would be breaking glass. is like the shark in Jaws. One more. No, get that. No, I could have got maybe 4 sandwiches out of that. Yeah. These crisp packets used to be a bit larger years ago. I kid you not. And they only cost about 1980s, average about 20 pence. Today, a packet that size, I kid you not, it's like almost £1. It's ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. Yeah, I'd probably go chest bread, and I have a top end, high end fish and chips. Chips are on the house, but that's optional. There. Yeah. Only there. Whew. Relax, don't do it when you want to go to it. Relax, don't do it when you want to come. Relax, don't do it. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. So what went on there? Dancing, sir. Mostly dancing. I've got that on Laserdisc arriving soon. Imported, Police Academy, mono. I'm surprised that movie's an R rate. I thought it was a PG rating. Now for an R-rated movie, budget 5 million, gross 150 million. That's not bad, because that's a gamble, because usually R-rate, it limits the audience. R rating could be equivalent to 18 certificate in the UK, or today maybe a 15 certificate. That meaning the age group. So in the USA, R rated, you got to be 17 or over. In the UK, 18, you got to be 18 or over. But now, like 15 certificate, that's like school children. They barely left school yet. 16, or you can stay on to 17 if you want to. But I mean, school children can see it, And the guy with the fucking shampoo. All right, who's fucking around? And I'm thinking, I'll play that again, but did he just say fuck? What the fuck? He's got epoxy stuck to his hair. Oh, that's so funny. Ever seen a naked man have a shower before? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, dear. Not really into. Not really much in Police Academy 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, whatever the fuck it was. First one was funny. Dancing, mostly dancing. Oh. Protein. A Spanish virgin. Buenos dias, buenas noches. Okay, you know, when you fart, you hear it below. The worst part is going on an escalator, you know, and you're one level down. You got one person up and then they fart and poof, right in front of you. Now I know why people's wearing all the masks. Wearing the mask. Oh dear. Crisp sandwich. Very simplistic. It's just a snack, that's all it is. Just a simple snack. Nothing more, nothing less. Oh, instead, come back and relax. And don't do it when you want to go to it. Dancing, mostly dancing. Yeah. I wonder what Police Academy is going to sound like on the THX sound system. I don't know. I don't know if it's an interpositive or a print version. I'll soon know if it's got any Q dot visible in the upper right corner. In the industry, we call them cigarette burns. So even though it's pan and scan, the Q dot will still be partly visible. So I'll see if it's a print version. Given the year pressing, 1985, I think the Laserdisc came out. Analog audio, mono mix, and usually mono mixes are more complex or more expensive time to mix than they are with a Dolby stereo mix, because of the complexity time that goes into it, getting the balancing levels, you know. Otherwise you're just separating sounds out into stereo, you know. You still got to make things sound clear, like dialogue, and you know, you got to have the dialogue of such and level, and then you have your sound effects mixed at a certain level. You don't want to, you know, drown out dialogue because it's important. And sometimes you may need to drown it out because it's got to be like Christopher Nolan, experimental, because that's how you hear sound in real life. So You go out and listen on the street. You got people around you, traffic noise. You don't have any music, Hans Zimmer blaring African drums at you. So thank goodness for fucking that. I can't stand Hans Zimmer music. I don't listen to his music I have to check now on IMDb with a movie, because if it's got Hans Zimmer music, there's no way I'm buying it, because the music mixing is so poorly done. Left and right are up here, bloody center channels down here on the end credits, and I'm thinking, who mixes like that, for Christ's sake? That's god awful. Whoever the mixer is you should go back to college and learn how to mix, for Christ's sake. So Hans Zimmer is with any new movie, that is, any new movie, more or less, Hans Zimmer music is more or less boycotted in my THX cinema. He's had his shot, he's had his chance, and associated with Nolan and all this dialogue bullshit, fucking muffled. What? You know, that's Darth Vader. You got Bane. I put on the mask. And then you got Darth Vader going, what? And then you got Jackson. Say what again, Darth Vader? I double dare you. What? English, motherfucking force fucker. Do you speak it? No, I don't. Oh dear. So what the fuck am I doing today? I'm staying in. I'll put the system on, turn the system on later, but I'm not playing Atmos. I'll put on some Dolby stereo. That's something that most people can't do. They can't do Dolby stereo. Well, it says Dolby Surround, DSU, doesn't it? That's not Dolby stereo. It's the complete fucking opposite. You want to do the proper real McCoy, you gotta go out and buy it. It's like what my dad says. You might as well just go out and get the real thing. Yeah, but it's a bit pricey. Yeah, Dolby stereo is not cheap on eBay now. Prices have gone flipping back up. I got it at a real time when, well, sadly, they were throwing everything out. It either goes on a skip or tip or goes into a warehouse, and then they got to get rid of it. And then they just got to think, well, we'll just sell it at cheap prices. I don't know how many they must have sold. They must have sold quite a bit. That went to other cinemas or small independent private home ones, or but now the prices just back up. You know, a Dolby CP 200 on eBay is about two and a half thousand. That's the Rolls Royce, the 747, the creme de la creme. I highly recommend it if you have the means. It is so choice. It looks neater, looks way cooler than a Storm Audio and a Trinnov. It's just a black box. It looks morbid, and it's got no colour to it. It's just like General Zod. Sentimental to a planet long since gone. Morbid, no style at all. I expect better manners from my guest, Zod. Yeah, that's what Storm and all these other processors, JBL, Anthem. Have you noticed how bland and morbid looking they are? Oh, crikey, no character whatsoever. Look at a CP200, it's got colours on it. You know, it's got red, blues, a kind of greyish colour, and the whole processor has got character. It's got total character to it. And then you open each panel up and you look inside. Each part is, wow, that's analog. What the fuck do you think Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 are? They're fucking analog and they're still working. You get this digital rubbish, I'll tell you, it won't last fucking 10 years. Well, sometimes you're surprised. You get a fluke, you know, you get one off the batch assembly and it's like still working. You think this should have malfunctioned at least years ago. And it's still working. Must be a fluke. Sometimes the quality checking, you know, goes by, you know, no one checks it, you know, because guess what? They're busy fucking around on these fucking phones rather than fucking working and paying attention. You want to do that, you do it at home. When you're doing it for a company, you do what you're fucking told to fucking do. Therefore, the company stays on track with quality assurance checking and everything, you know. But surprisingly, like oscilloscopes and such, the Storm Audio's got other features on it that if you look at the RTA analyzer, on the RTA, and you put the mouse down here, and then you scroll, it goes up to 100,000 kilohertz, but it stops 2020, goes 2020, don't go any more than that. Yet weird, you could put an infrasonic filter in down to as low as I think 15 or 10 hertz, but I can't, you know, really see anything happening on the RTA scale. It looks like it's like having a fucking cinema processor that's been circumcised, had its fucking bollocks chopped off. I want it to go fucking lower. I want it to be the dog's bollocks in fucking sound going down to fucking 0 hertz. Actually, it goes down to -1, which is the other side. So when it gets down to 0 hertz, it goes to the other side because there is something there. Maybe, I don't know, maybe, I'm not sure what the program is on the Storm Audio because it looks like it was totally designed partly for electrical engineering sort of thing because it's got a whole lot of other things and symbols that I don't even recognize because I've never seen them before. I don't have experience with that, but I do know it's something to do with other analyzing electronics as such. I wouldn't be surprised if it's got an ECG on the fucking thing, like my ECG over there. I'll put my finger on it and boop, 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 boop. I wouldn't be fucking surprised. At least it does something else other than fucking atmos. Fucking hell. Oh dear. I wonder if the Trinov does that. So if you go down with the mouse and then click on and then see if you can scroll scroll it along, because it really goes down through a lot of pages. I've got a video. I don't know if I did a short video or if it was on a long video. I might do a short video and show again this, you know. But it needs a specific access port thing to enable it, I think. You can't access it. You need something specific, which I think might be connected inside the processor. There might be a connector, and it has to be connected to and then some code type in, and then it's accessible. Probably to the tuning and of the unit. As far as signal noise ratio, it's pretty quiet on HDMI to the DCX. It's pretty quiet. It's hardly any noise. Even when the gain levels are set high, it's pretty quiet. But everything still has to be checked to see if, you know, something's getting some hiss or whatever. But when I checked it, I had the levels up plus 30 dB. and I still couldn't hear any bloody hiss. I thought, well, that's good. That's not bad. But use the analog RCA on it, and it get a bit of noise. The noise stuck. It's down here. It's like, I don't know. I can't really tell if that's mine. But you got a level VU meter thing on it, and then that will tell you roughly what the noise level is. When you look at the meter display, it's I don't know, because there's no value numbers going down the side. Say minus 100, 90, 80, 70, and so forth, up to, I don't know, plus 10, plus 20. The volume dial only goes up to 0, and it doesn't go any higher. That's weird. So it's like having it being fucking circumcised and the fucking bollocks chopped off, for Christ's sake. Otherwise, what the fuck am I going to? I know what I'll do. I'll play pink noise, and then I'll set the gain level minus 10 dB. And then what I see at I just set the gain levels different. So when I got the master volume at minus 10, that would be 0 dB. And then I go up to 0, and then that would be like going from number 7 to number 10. Not 11, not 12, not 13, but 10. So it'd be try to mimic the function of a Dolby CP cinema processor, because that goes up to 7, 85 dB, and then you turn it up to 10. That would be 95 dB. And then plus you got the film soundtrack, which is, it'd be deafening. And you got to make sure it doesn't fuck up the amplifiers with clipping the signal. Otherwise, you generate a lot of noise, harmonics and such into an amplifier for the compression driver for the HF horn, and then fuck up the diaphragm with overloading or distortion or whatever. To get your voltmeter. Top secret, this. So if that was a basement, you put the speakers down here, the sub bass, and then you put your home cinema up here. And the basement, you use it for the sub bass system. And if you got some room above that you think, okay, the children are left, the room above is not being used, I'll put sub bass speakers up there. So you got like an infinite baffle, so from above and below. And if you got anything else around the house, you could possibly, it's doable. Put systems so it goes out, and then you have sub bass speaker boxes, cabin, like chamber way back, and then coming from a manifold. Only problem there is the time delay. You work it out, and then all you have to do is put in some signal delay once you worked it out with the rest of the speakers in the room. But you get this infinite, powerful, ridiculous sub bass, and that's just acoustical air pressure. Alright, well, I'll take my hand. That's just a hand. Talk to the hand. And I go, I stop. I feel air. All I'm doing is pushing air. Boom, boom. Like Neo, when he does that shit in the Matrix, do you feel the air pressure? No, you don't. He's got too much fucking blaring fucking music there, and a little bit of sound effect in there, and it's going to get audio masked. And that air can't really physically come from a loudspeaker cone. It's got to be pushed out through the air port. But it takes a bit of time and the velocity for that. It's like blowing a candle out And if you have a candle over there and then go, stop. So you've got a stopwatch. It took 6 seconds until that made the candle flame fluctuate. So you don't need a fucking pH fucking D. Where the fuck do you think all these other great people minds came up with all this stuff? Huh? They didn't have fucking colleges and fucking pH bullshit degree fucking bullshit fucking thousands of years ago. Fucking pH. It's just another way to fucking milk the cow. Moo! And you're a bloody idiot if you go to... You're an idiot if you go to college. Einstein. Fucking hell, he dropped out of school, didn't he? My IQ score is 5 points higher than Einstein. I did an IQ score thing years ago, and I thought, nah, that can't be right. But it says like only so many people percentage can see this or work out this. Oh, okay. And so my IQ score 165. Einstein 160. Dr. Carl Sagan 170. IQ score can go over 200, can go up to 300, 400. I think there's a Russian lady that's got an IQ that's up to, it's pretty high, you know. So my IQ's not even anywhere near fucking 400. God, oh well, his IQ score's off the freaking chart. It's infamous. Like the universe. It's just like going on a forum site and you got some bragging American. I got a post count of 100,000 posts. I've been on this forum 1 year. Well, you're a bit of a post whore then, aren't you? For Christ's sake. You know, you're hungry. You want to talk. There's nothing wrong in that. You just go on. You just talk. Put information out that's informative. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. But when they start, it's like, well, he started off with 1 post count. Now he's got 100,000. Congratulations. It's like having an IQ score. He's got an IQ of 1,000 post count. Yeah, that's slightly up at that angle. If it was mixed in a movie, it'd sound like that, along with the dialogue and footsteps, like there's a foot stuck in someone's mouth. Talk about foot and mouth disease. Oh dear, I don't know. Oh dear. You see, Dolby Lab, they had overhead sound, like I say, as far as 1977 with Star Wars downtown. 1989, Tower Park, when I was a projectionist there, overhead sound. When I was there only here for a year, I occasionally go back, I'll see a movie, and if it's in Dolby SR, or if it's Dolby, it doesn't really matter. I go back there, and I was aware of the overhead surround, but half of them, nearly all, mostly, maybe all the public around here, not even aware. And it was never publicized. Today it's brainwashed. It's not publicized a little bit, and then that's it. It's completely fucking brainwashing all the fucking time. You go on Dolby Lab on fucking YouTube or Facebook or Twitter, it's fucking brainwashing every fucking single time because they're trying to make it relevant. It's just like what that re-recording mix. Yeah, I'm not really into that much, but I think Dolby Labs are just trying to keep it relevant. Gary Summers, a re-recording mixer. He's used to be with Skywalker using the Force. Back when they had the THX sound system starting up. Yeah. You know, I spoke to a few sound editor guys and they're not into the Atmos thing. They know it's a gimmick. Actually, you could take those speakers from the ceiling and put them along the sidewall, along with the side surrounds, because that is really where the signal is. It's you listen carefully, and then you switch it from Dolby Digital or over to Atmos, and you can hear where the signal's going. And putting rain sound effect over there and overhead, it's bullshit. I've said it time again, and I'll keep fucking saying it. It is impossible for rain to make a sound in free air. It doesn't. It's silent. It's fucking silent until it lands on a surface object. A leaf, many leaves on trees. And you see out there's lots of trees out there, whoosh, at this angle. And it makes this shh, and you think it's above, but it's not. It's just where it's fucking landing on fucking lots of trees, houses, rooftops, you name it. And it gives a sound but it's not. You walk underneath a tree when it's a bit more downpour, you hear the sound, the differences of the sound above on the tree, because it's landing on, there's the tree, there's the branches, it's landing on that bit, but that bit. It's landing on multitudes and making different sound arrivals, as well as coming down onto the ground surface as well. I've not heard of an Atmos mix yet. I've not even heard a fucking film mix yet that does it right. And all these bullshit, the Dolby Leaf and all that. I wouldn't even fucking play that to fucking scratch the fucking trailer. It's so fucking exaggerated. I wouldn't even bother. Even the what's it, unwrapping. Yeah, that's kind of interesting, but it's a bit lame, a bit boring, because I can see the way the image is, and I'm thinking there's no sound going down this way. It's only here and there, here and there, here and there. How fucking boring can it get? You bring the speakers a bit lower down to the floor, screen speakers, surrounds, everything, and then you listen, you think, but give that movie a bit more listening and watching, and then you realize, nope, doesn't fit. The visual sound continuity is out of place. That airplane was coming at that angle, and the speaker is down there on the floor, and it doesn't match because you hear the sound there, down here, but the visual is there. You've got to match the image with the sound. You've got to match the sound to the visual image. You see typical cliches. Oh, it comes that angle, this angle, that angle, that angle, and that angle, and that angle. Typical film cliches. It's like the Star Destroyer, Dun 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 dun. If I don't know what the atmos is sounding like on that, Star Wars, because you got to totally take that sound out from the other surround channels, completely remove it, so it only carries a specific sound, maybe the music score, and the other sound is completely, totally, discreetly overhead, totally different. It's got to sound totally remixed. Can't be just an up mix. Oh, let's just take some of that sound. Oh, and you still got a bit of the music playing. It's got to have a different character of the music score. Otherwise, it doesn't sound discreet. It doesn't. I want to be moving around like that. That's how I fucking hear sound out in the real world. I'm looking around, localizing, memorizing. I don't want to hear a fucking it sounds like a fucking cheap up mix just so they can brand it. Atmos, Dolby Moos. And then they got all the gullibles on Blu-ray.com. Oh, I'll buy that day one. Fucking bunch of idiots. Never seen so many like it. They got no idea on what mixing is. It's simple. I did it at college. I thought I want to pursue it. And once I knew how that's done, I thought I got depressed. I thought, I've got no interest in this. Got no interest in it. I want to do things like sound effect recording or something. Or, I wanted to do my own Foley pit and do my own Foley for doing some set, because there was a sound effect library that's got a load of sound effects, and I need something specific, and it's not there in the sound. So I think, I'll do it exactly how they do it in Foley. I'll get a tray, put sand in it, put some water on it, and it make it sound like I'm walking on the beach in shallow water. Put more water on it, give it the sloshy, and it have the sloppy sound. The foot goes into the sand and out, and then into the, and have that characteristic, and mic it up and record it in stereo. So I got a sound that I can use. I can monoize it or have it stereo or whatever. Depends. Yeah. I listened to Foley in movies today. It sounds crap. Foley, fucking hell, hasn't even improved. Load of rubbish. Sound like fucking cardboard fucking cutouts on the fucking screen. Waste of my fucking listening time. Footsteps in movies are fucking boring now, really. They are. I tell you, the mixing in all this Atmos crap. Oh, we had this. We had this new. We had a Wookiee with a stormtrooper mixed in. No one cares. Every time I hear that stupid Wilhelm scream, I want to turn the fucking movie off, because I know I'm not. A new movie, it's long in the tooth. It's boring. It used to be a bit of a joke thing until it got a little bit too long in the tooth. Just like sound effects, certain sound effects I hear in a movie, and I think that sounds like some of the sound effect used in Backdraft, or maybe a movie slightly before it. And all they've done is manipulated it slightly with EQ, a bit of filter, such, maybe slow the pitch or the speed down, or maybe speed it up a little bit, that sort of thing. I can't remember what movie I was watching the other day. Can't remember, but it was a sound effect, and it sounded like Backdraft, or partly sounded like, also maybe partly used in Terminator 2 with the explosion on the building. Because it's like, what are these popular sound effects? So we use it again, but we'll manipulate tweak it, alter it slightly. We don't want to make it too noticeable, But, some sound effects, they're just sometimes recycled over and over rather than something new. Or you go out, if you got sound effects, say like a bus, and you got loads of that, you think, might as well just go out and record it again, for Christ's sake. You got the value, like I say, a production value, the budget should be 50-50. 50 on the visual, that's actors, stunt, you name it. Anything that's visual, that's half the budget there. What they do with the rest, how they fucking promote, I don't give a shit. And the other half should be for sound. That's what George Lucas said, isn't it? Film is 50% picture, 50% sound. But that's bullshit, because the budget is not divided that way. If they got 200 million, they should spend 100 on the sound, 100 on the image. And even if they did that, it'll still be crap woke. Just like Indiana. Indiana flops at the box office. It's gonna, I don't care to see it. I'll be here. It'll be there playing in the cinema. I ain't going anywhere near a cinema with a 1.5 with a 2-mile barge pole. So how far away? It's about 2 miles away. I ain't going any fucking way near it. I don't care to rent it on when it comes on, which would be parental. Was it June? I would guess maybe December, at the very least. November, December. Not even gonna buy it. Fuck it. Keep it, Disney. Keep it, Bar Geiger. You had your shot. You blew it. It'd be like someone made food or doing food, and if their production value started going down, I ain't going to touch it anymore. It's cheaper at the moment to buy Diet Pepsi, Diet Coca-Cola. It's about $1.60. Diet Pepsi's up to about £2.60. I'll wait for it next month, and then the Diet Coke will go up, and then the Diet Pepsi price will come down, and then I'll just go back to Diet Pepsi. It looks the same in colour, but does it taste the same? Maybe if I take one thing I've got to do when I go out next time, I take my TDS reader. It's like Star Trek. Take my tricorder, my TDS, and I'm going to test the water on the hydro. It's the same thing as the water fountains that used to be. They just changed the way it all looks. Now they call it hydro. Oh god, still comes from the clouds. Yeah, I'll probably do next time I go out, I'll probably do a TDS reading on the ocean water, just for curiosity, and one of those water hydro things. I'll go along each one, along a promenade. I'll check each one, do a short video, and I'll upload the video to see what the TDS. I wouldn't be surprised to see it in the red. I will not be surprised. Even if you go and buy distilled water, TDS, read it, and it's going to be in the fucking red. put it for a proper distiller. Okay, now it comes up almost on mine 002. That's good. But I'll be curious to check, the actual rainwater from the cloud. But of course, I've got to wait for a real downpour and get enough water quantity in the cup or whatever to get a TDS reading. I can't get a few now. I've got to get a good sample and take a TDS reading. And then think, well, I wouldn't put it through the distiller because I probably want to check everything else on it before I drink it because God knows what's up in that. Oh, fuck yeah, God knows. Excuse me. Oh, fuck. Oh, I feel lousy. Oh, my blood pressure is probably down by 1/4 impulse power. Weird. So where was I? Bullshit, Dolby Labs, TDS, water, yeah. Check the readings. I even pointed out to a guy I said the other day, yesterday, I think. I said, yeah, you do realise that water's probably a little bit in the red, don't you? Have you checked it with a TDS? What's a TDS? Total dissolved solid. It just tests the water value. That's why I distill my water at home. But yeah, rain clouds, fucking radioactive, fucking all that fucking over the years, fuck's sake. Well, I'm still drinking it. We're all still drinking it regardless. Yikes. It's no wonder I've seen fucking hell. You see the size of seagulls today? Fucking hell. You know how many times I saw Steven Seagull yesterday? Fucking hell, he's everywhere. Everywhere I go down the beach, Steven Seagull. I kid you, the fucking size of them. They're like dinosaurs. Huge. Some of the gulls are huge. Beautiful birds, beautiful bird. But yeah. I just think of all the dodgy stuff, that nuclear testing and all that crap that's going up. And, just think all over the decades that's so dodgy and fucking idiotic. It's like if you get some neighbor doing something fucking idiotic, they get a little, you get a neighbor or a few neighbors bitching and whining and fucking moaning. But you got these fucking prick fucking arseholes doing something fucking arsehole. You should have the whole fucking world coming down on them like a ton of fucking bricks saying, "Are you all fucking idiots?" That's fucking imbecile, childish, and selfish. Now then, does anyone want to mess around with that shit? No, thank you. It does a little bit of good and it does a lot of evil. Has a little bit of goodness out of it, but has to be controlled, contained. But the other usage is fucking perverted. Oh dear. It's like all these weapons, lasers, and getting more powerful, and these YouTubers, laser guys. I like laser things for playful, experimental entertainment. And I don't really care for a laser that can vaporize something, because you know where that's going. Oh, for Christ's sake. I wouldn't be surprised if they have. Next, there'll be ray guns, like fucking phase plasma auto rifle. Hey, just what we've got here, pal. The Uzi 9mm. Yeah, paying check or cash. Oh, hey, you can't do that. Wrong. Yeah. Bloody Terminator. Oh, where was Arnold Schwarzenegger yesterday? Fucking hell, I tell you, he could certainly come down here and resurface the bloody pathway leading down to flipping Harry Rocks, for crying out loud. It looked like it was built by the Romans. Crying out loud, why don't they resurface the pathway? Be okay then for cycling, because you look at it and think, oh, crikey. I got changed it. Yeah, I got changed the everything on it, because I've got to get some new new tire on it. Because I've had about a year use on it now. It's not bad, but not a whole 1 year. But mileage. It's not the years, it's the mileage. When Indiana Jones has been dragged, he should have been cut up like fucking sandpaper. You see the stupidity of Indiana Jones Raiders. Why didn't the truck driver just fucking stop the fucking truck? The other guys, Belloc and all the others, got out there and they just fucking shot him and then just drove off. What's fucking wrong with it? Stop the car, stop the van, stop the truck. We'll shoot the motherfucker. That's how it should have ended. Or, all those Germans in the back. Why don't they just get the knives out, tear the fucking, fabric down, get down the side and then stuck it in fucking machine gun Indiana Jones, and that'd be that. He died and the truck went around that way and he's dead. That's how it ended. Okay, instead of that, they're all getting thrown off the truck one by one. Oh, dude, that's a classic movie. That's a classic. Dragging thing, that's a clever stunt. That's a good stunt. Clever stunt, that. Of course, it's only going at a set steady speed, and I think they speed it up slightly a bit in the filming to give it the illusion, the impression it's going a bit faster. But got to do it carefully so it doesn't look gimmicky. But if I watch it some of it, I think that looks a little bit like over cranking or speeding up slightly, because it'll only be going at a certain speed. Otherwise, the stunt guy will be all, oh, yeah, damn good stunt, dangerous. It's going to be a lot better than this crap coming out next month. Next month, I now think it is. The little woke maid, she'll belly flop next week. She's going to belly flop. And then you get stinking up the beach. What's that smell? Oh, that's the little woke maid rotting down there on the beach. Get rid of it. It's stinking up the harbor. And the next one would be Indiana. It's interesting listening to the Harrison Ford. It's more like geriatric. It really does. It takes the piss. It does. They're just using Harrison Ford there just for like it, you know. And then they'll just female it into femalize Indiana Jones. Oh, for Christ's sake! Fuck you, Kathleen Kennedy. Oh, I don't want to talk about Disney. This is about talking about how crap I think Atmos sound is, but it's all associated with, you know, the Indiana. I bet that Indiana is going to have a crap overhead sound mix. It's not a case of, oh, it's Atmos, you know. It's all that. When you listen to the channels here in this level, they all sound the same. It's all about the overhead, how it's mixed, what is mixed up there, how stylistic, how artistic it is. And no one in the audience is going to have a fucking idea or clue, because you get frequency masking of the sound coming from all here. And you'll get frequency masking. You wouldn't be able to tell sometimes if sound is overhead, because of the way the speakers, the surround speakers, are angled on the side. They're angled, that angle, and they're high up. You wouldn't be able to really distinguish whether it's overhead or the side. You wouldn't be able to, unless it's a specific sound. Oh yeah, in a frequency. Yeah, I could tell that's going around. Yeah, and oh, if it's got certain low frequency, you know, they sometimes are a bit hard to distinguish. You can test it with sine wave tone in a room. Get a single speaker and just move it around the fucking room while it's playing a sine wave tone. And then play the next sine wave tone, and then have someone move that speaker around, and then play the next sine. You've got to have someone, mind you, that has got a passion for this sort of thing. If you can't just get a friend, because he's going to get bored doing things. What's the purpose of this? So you got to get someone who understands the purpose. Otherwise, you don't get any result. It's not easy to do it single-handed, because you got to be sitting in a position observing. Then you play the next sine wave and so on. Do that with sine wave, and then next do it with pink noise, and then narrow the pink noise, change its frequency while it's playing, and then move that around and observe. That's what that can do, and that's all it can do. Yeah. I wouldn't be seen dead at the Odeon Leicester Square. I don't like the way they got their overhead surround. I don't like the way they got the overhead surround speakers, because they are suspending the speaker from the ceiling. So the speaker is bullshit. Okay, it's not fully up at flush or fitted flush into the ceiling. Not like the Odeon Cinerama downtown. I think it's still there. Hasn't been gutted yet. They haven't gutted it yet, I don't think. They gutted the ABC. They completely, the word is that's been gutted. So probably still got a few pigeons getting in and out at night time. But the Cinerama had overhead sound. Not saying that it was overhead sound. It was just that speakers for the surround were fitted in the ceiling. And that is overhead because they were overhead. If they were in the floor, then they'll be in the floor. They'll be below you. If they were stuck up and crammed up your ass, then they'd be up your ass. I don't think, you get little speakers, actually. I will go to any length of experimentation. I've even put small little headphones, you put in your ear, even put them up my nose. And yes, you can hear sound up your nose. You can hear it. It's audible. But it doesn't sound stereo. I had two little one like that one, and one like that one. And it sounds mono. It sounded mono-ish. It didn't sound stereo-ish because the way the cavity goes up. So I went to very lengthy experiment. Haven't done what Egon done in Ghostbusters, drill a hole in his head. That would have worked if you hadn't tried to stop me. My blood pressure's so low today. I don't know why. I can't understand. I was out yesterday. It was perfect. And today I feel lousy. I've got to wait until this fades. So I could go get my ECG and my heart rate's going beep, 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 rather than beep, 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 beep. Oh, I can articulate it. I tried doing that last time and I couldn't even, my speech was not articulating. Beep, 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 beep. I think it's a bit slower than that. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah, that sort of speed. And the rhythm go up and then down, up and down, rather than little spikes, and that's erratic. Unstable. Unhinged. That's unhinged. It's funny how we sometimes we alienate other people, and really we should be alienating the politicians. They're the enemy. They say, we do your country good, we put food and bread and all that on your table. Yeah, sure you do. That doesn't mean I'm going to vote for any one of them. Fucking hell, fuck them. They had their chance. Too many wars, and that doesn't get my vote. I don't care who starts it or who ends it. It doesn't get my vote. It's just plain imbecile. I'm also thinking sound at the same time. I'm hyper, what do you call it? Multitasking. Politicians, they don't. Well, they kind of. A bit of rabbit, and then they go and drink at the bar. And those motherfuckers are getting paid how much for a day? They should be flipping fucking burgers down at Burger King, and then they'll fucking know how hard the fucking work is. Motherfuckers. You know, when doing this electronic assembly, decades ago, it wasn't really, it looked like a glamorous job. But it did pay very well. It was livable. But yeah. Oh, for Christ's sake. It's been ongoing now for about very steady. It's very steady. It's been ongoing now for about 3 hours on this video now. I think it's been ongoing for about three and a half hours. 3.5 hours. So if I'm in this sort of state and I want to go out and take my cat, give one of my other cats a break from the other cat, I've got to be in a good state, because it's like preparing for a space shuttle launch, like the check tests I've got to do. And then, yeah, of course, I've got to get, I'll probably take my bike down the bike shop and give it yeah, that's the thing. You can't get a bike checked over. Just turn up. Or give a day, you turn up. You give a day and you turn up. No, you can't. They don't even do it They don't even do it like that now. It's different. Might as well do it myself. Might as well just do it myself. It's simple. It's simple. I'll just get the tools and I'll do it myself. I change the tires. Get some mountain bike tires. Get the tools. Put the bike upside down. Undo everything. Put the thing in. Go around. Get it off. In a tube. Check it. Because don't just think, oh, that's okay. Visual check it. Get some water. Do a visual check. Make sure it's sound. Then just put the new tire on. Check everything. It's all in parameter. And then just put the wheel back on. Check that's all in the same parameters, and it's not doing any of that. It's all centralized. That's a few hours. It's a few hours work. That's what it should take at a bike shop. It should be just a few hours. Well, less than a few hours, because they do it all the time. And so it'd be a little bit quicker. But they can't do it now. Do it like that now. Crikey, you got to have your bike in there for a few days because they got other ones to go through. It's different now. So I might as well just do it myself. I'll buy a few backup. I'll buy a few of them. So I've got backup. So next time I have to do, I've already got one ready to put over, and then I'll order a few more of the same. So I've always got, a backup. I think I've got to clean the chain and all the gears on it, because crikey, I've been over that promenade so many times that it's got to have sand on it. I've got to give that a clean, got to give that a thorough clean through, because it's going to have grit and sand on it. And salt, that's not good. So I've got to give it a good old go over. Bike's heavy as well. Heavy machine. I see others go past me. Whoosh! They look semi-professional. Probably Tour de France. Yesterday, I think I was doing max maybe 40 mile. 40 mile, that was going down, partly downhill, about 150 foot. So I think it's about up there and then down to that level there. I think it was about 150. It's going up or flipping out, up and down hills just to get to the Harry Rock. Oh my goodness. There's a lot of terrain up and down, up and down. I must have been picking 40 mile up. It bothered me that I thought I should be backing off, but I knew that I'll be coming up to an incline and I needed the speed. And so once I got down to a certain, and then I'll start, and then I'll just coast up it quickly. Otherwise, if you start at the bottom, you're going slow. But you get the pickup speed, a bit like Voyager going around Jupiter, to get the slingshot to pick up the speed, or was it Neptune or Uranus? Give the slingshot, poof, give it the constant speed it's still going at, 38,000 miles an hour per second. So I need the get me the. And it felt like I was going up the road, up the hill slightly, maybe at 25, 30 mile an hour, which is, most of the cars going by seemed like they were going 40, 45, maybe 50, because no speed cameras around. Whoa, what if a bike goes through a speed camera? Does it get a ticket? Where's the registration? Oh, bullshit. What I can't stand is you got people on the promenade. They can see a bike's coming. I can see other bike cyclists coming toward me, and I veer over, But when I'm going that way, and the people, two ignorant people, they don't even walk to one side. What? So if a fucking asteroid were coming straight at them at maybe 100 mile per hour, because they're variable speeds in space, one coming constant 100 mile an hour, they're just going to, they'll be obliterated. Well, they're just going to stand in its fucking path, huh? In space, things will, or some things will go past, or and that was near, But they're fucking blind. They can fucking see. I can fucking see 800 or whatever fucking feet down. I can see where fucking people are, and I'm getting there, and then two people, they don't even they're fucking ignorant. And there's sand all over the promenade, and I don't want to go into deep sand because then it goes all like that. The bike goes all like that. Oh, fucking hell. They're just walking, for Christ's sake. If I was walking, I'd walk one side. I wouldn't be ignorant. I'd move one side. Fucking hell. No, they're just people that just want a busybody, and they just want to start something. If they want to start something, they're going to pick the bloody argument with the wrong person, because I don't want to go down for any grief. And fucking people, move one side, for Christ's sake. Young people with all their hearing range, what are they, bloody deaf? Oh, they're like cat. Their eyes are in sight. They're watching that ball bouncing along they're totally oblivious to everything else around them. This learning process, Oh dear. But what I want is one of those fucking things I've seen going around in the water. That is neat. That looks cool. I don't know what the heck it is. It comes out the water and you sit on it, and there's something pushing it like a propeller or a propulsion system underneath the water. And it's like you stand on it and you're going along like this. It's like a surfboard. Weird. That is so cool. It's got to be pretty pricey, whatever it is. Well, it moves pretty fast. But I don't know how long it lasts for until, you got to charge it up or energize it, whatever. That's cool. Or maybe they make a solar powered version. So you've got sunlight all around it. It energizes by a small percentage to keep it still going, as long as you got it topped up. And then work out the amperage, how much, and current flow and speed, velocity, and how much percentage is used up. You've got a solar panel on it, you could keep it energized by a small fraction. Yeah, interesting. They really move. They move through the water pretty fast. It's like going above the waves. So the waves are not, I think, giving too much resistance. Because I see these little ski boat things moving around. I can see how they hit a wave and then a bit of resistance and then going through it, and I could see how sluggish it all is. And it looks like a 50 grand hobby, pretty expensive, not my cup of tea. Just to go round in circles for 50 grand. I think that's what speedboat things are today. And I thought about getting a sonar tube, but I've been thinking about one of those for a while. Never bothered getting one. Get a tube. It's used for concrete. Put concrete in it. They come in certain diameter, and you could put a 12-inch bass driver on, 12, maybe a 10, 12, 15, 18, whatever. Just got to work it out. You got to have a wooden base, MDF, and you got to attach the tube all to it, and then you can have a very deep increase in low frequency. Whether it still has the same frequency, no, because the way I would set up the equipment in the room to test the actuality within my room, I should have a sine wave going up, like that, and then down, and up, and down, and then move the microphone or get it to, so, okay, if the wave signal is coming down here and then my seating's there, the signal is going to be very weak. If the signal was, if the seating was, so the wave is up here and the seat is over there, the signal might be too damn loud, and so therefore reduce the voltage level, the amplitude, until it comes down. You still have that dip, because that's, and then you got to put another seat over here where it peaks up again. And then you got to check the next sine wave tone, because as you check the sine wave tone, the wavelength changes. So low frequency, very low frequency, like 20 hertz, is pretty uniform in the room because of the wavelength. It's longer than the room, and it just fills. And then once you get to another frequency, and then the amplitude level goes, anything that's a little bit overpowering, needs to be lowered down a little bit. So you got to check the value on the RTA directly electronically, and you can see how it it goes up with the frequency curve, and then it smoothens out and then goes along. That's how it should appear in the room, but it's extremely difficult to achieve. Not impossible, just extremely difficult. Takes hours, days of work, if not weeks. And of course, use a voltmeter. So put a voltmeter, check it, the output on the amplifiers. And then you need to check it on the, if using electronic crossover, DSP crossover, check the voltage level. And then you might have surround speakers like mine. I would have to check it on the signal output from the amplifier, and then check it on the crossover. So I take different value readings, one going into the one from the amplifier, and then check out the crossover. So I attach it, the probe, to the passive crossover base, and then the mid-range, and then the tweeter, and check the value, see what the signal level is on the voltmeter. And then I've got to calculate all the rest of the surround speakers. So I've got basically, I could either say, oh, the value might be that, because if I double that number, it will go up. But I got to actually test by having the wires all connected and then actually seeing it on the voltmeter. And then I know, okay, it's that level, it's that value. Okay. Now I need to check it on the HF horns on the screen channel. Get the HF horn to more or less be the same as the mid-range and the high range, and I think maybe a little bit of the bass mid, because I got my HF horns tuned down to about, at the moment, 303 hertz. So the crossover region on the surrounds, I think, is 600. So it partly go down a little bit down into the back. So it's calculating. And once I got that, and then everything would sound different. It would be like, that's more tuned in now, without using an Odyssey or a DRAC EQ, DRAC. You know, so DRAC in it from fucking Enemy Mine in it. Or an Arc Genesis, and just don't take the bloody, don't look at it, or your bloody ears will melt. Just not enough PEQ filter. Sometimes it looks like there's enough, but there isn't. You look at the slices of the frequency. You look at FFT, and you can see all the individual frequencies. You do a frequency manual on REW. You start at, where does it start at? I think it starts at 10 hertz. You can actually go a little bit lower than that, but if you're doing it in third octaves, or then you got the other thing there, you press it and you go up 10, 10.5, 11, 11.5. That's doing that in small step. Actually, it should be going like 10, 10.1, 10.2, 10.3, 10. Little tiny slice frequency to make up the whole value of the signal. because a loudspeaker is not perfect. It's completely all over the fucking place. Only an amplifier measures almost flat. And until you focus on it, you zoom it up. So you do a frequency sweep on the amplifier and then zoom in closer. And you can see it's got tiny little values of plus or minus tolerance, maybe plus or minus 0.5, whatever dB, or plus or minus 1 dB. So it's very tiny. So you want to get it, for audio file, you want to get it perfect. You got a frequency sweep and get that auto EQ to get that frequency sweep on the amplifier a bit more. That's, of course, the auto can do it down to a tolerance of, I don't know, 0.1 dB. That's tiny. That is tight. That is fucking tight. 0.1. That's almost unheard of, but not impossible, because it's there. It's there. I don't know if it's been achieved. And then once you've done that, you got the amplifier even a bit more smoother, flatter. Not that you're going to notice. Unless you've got a sine wave tone that's purposely going up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down at a certain frequency. And then you can hear this tone going, oh yeah, it sounds like it's wobbling. It's going up and down, up and down. It's modulating. Otherwise, you got a load of music play. You bullshit. You will not notice. There's too many fucking frequencies going on. Okay, so you got that flat. Now you go to the loudspeaker. It's all over the fucking. The loudspeaker is a complete fucking disaster. Its frequency response is fucking hell. You got to get it down to, you got to get the response down on that speaker, but to say maybe 0.1 dB, and then you got a fucking speaker, well, reproducing, and then you play. But then, what's the mix value on the film? Or the music mix, or the film. The film mixes, they say, a little bit more precise, a little bit more than music. Music's just an air sound. You hear, you got no visual image, you got no reference image. You just got music. It's non-sync to. There's no visual, unless it's a dreadful music video. Maybe Madonna in plastic. Material plastic. Oh my goodness, what has she done? Anyway, enough of her. So you got amplifier. Amplifier is to provide the dynamic range, so it could go, oh gosh, this is 1 kilowatt. That should be more than enough power. Whatever you're going to use, to get the tolerances, okay, on that speaker, really smooth, tight. So you're trying to mimic the actual, and the calculations have got to be done so very up close. It's not a thing that would take a few minutes. It would take days to get it right. So you got to have the microphone pretty close to the speaker and on the outside, and then you might want to put it on the inside, or maybe put a microphone on the inside and on the outside. Balance the levels on the audio mixer. Balance the levels, okay, because one's going to be louder on the inside than it is on the outside. Balance the levels, and then feed that into the computer. Do the frequency sweep. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And see what it looks like, because it'll be, it'll be harmonics or whatever, God knows what else on the inside. I haven't tested mine on the inside, but the microphone, I can only get the microphone inside the sub-bass speakers. I can't get behind the projection screen. It's too much effort to take the screen down, get behind. put a microphone through the porthole on the bass cab, and then another microphone on the outside, and then do the testing. As well as have another thing connected, so I'm seeing the electronical frequency response. So that's like 1, 2, 3. One microphone on the outside, near to the speaker. One microphone on the inside, so it's going to pick up all the sound on the inside, which is on like that, and on the outside it's a little bit different. So analyze everything there. And also, did you know, if you play sound from one speaker, okay, the bass particularly, and certain other frequencies, some high frequencies might not be, but it's easy to check. Simple. Put a microphone inside the bass cab, okay, and you play sound from this speaker and the other speaker with the microphone in it. You can see it on the RTA analyzer. You can see it's picking up. So sound that's going out from that speaker is passing through and getting into the other speaker. That's where it starts getting depressing. This is where, the physics and so forth. And, when you listen to headphones, they're there and there. You hear the sound there, you hear the sound there. The sound from this the headphone can't get into this one, and vice versa. Sound from this headphone can't get into this one. It can't crosstalk. So they're getting several types of crosstalk in a room with speakers, as well as going into the surround speakers, and the surround speakers that are sounding going into the other speakers, be it the surround speakers. It gets really depressing how they filter it. And then the values and that should get a little bit different. The quality of the sound. You can't have a sealed speaker. The sound will still pass through that cone. You've got to have maybe something specific where, it's simple. It's just simple playing around with. It doesn't require bullshit PhD. It's just simple common sense physics. I haven't tried it myself, but I know it exists because it does. A few years ago, I did some unusual test. Didn't expect it. It kind of out the blue. I fixed the speaker, put a new edge foam surround on it, I think, and testing with sine wave tone to make sure the bass driver was centralized. It wasn't rubbing. Okay. So I tested at a very low frequency, so the bass cone's moving up and down, and it's not making any sound. If it's making a rubbing, then it's rubbing against the voice coil, so there's your voice coil in there. It's like that. It's up and down. Can't go like that. It's got to be like that. Okay, so I was doing this test and I had another speaker nearby. It wasn't connected to anything. And I pressed my hand accidentally on the speaker bass driver, and the sound testing that I was doing with the other speaker, it changed the sound pressure level. I thought, that's weird. What's going on there? It's like that speaker is passively, this speaker active here is making this speaker that's not even connected. It's passive. It's not nothing. It's doing nothing. And I pressed slightly on it and I thought, that's weird. Or maybe it might have been the other way round. Might have been doing something on this one, and something was going on with this one. I can't remember, but it was very strange. Because I knew the sound now was going from one speaker and passing through into the enclosure and doing something. So if you were to play bass sound from this speaker here, and then gently put your fingers against the other one, the other speaker that's not playing any, you'll gradually feel a vibration. You gradually feel it. So the sound's getting through. So you're getting a heck of a lot of crosstalk. So it's really, really technical. But headphones, you don't notice it because they're independent. Unless, of course, you put two headphones together. And the sound would crosstalk into each one, each can. But crosstalk is part of, we hear it all the time. But it would minimize and filter it. All it is something simple that you just need to apply. And I think can only possibly minimize it. You can't totally filter it because the sound is still got to pass through that bass driver, paper cone, Wolverine, plastic, whatever covering they fucking use on it. It'll still find a way. But minimize it, yeah. And pass through the sub bass, and you could fucking hell. Put a passive pseudo. Actually, you don't need one. All you need is just a simple delay one sub bass speaker. Make it kind of almost sound stereo. And then use the phase control. But it doesn't really give a sense of the sound going flow different here, going to here at the back. Not like how sensor round sounded back in the day. That was pretty neat. Until they figured out, you don't need sensor round. We've got something else. But you can hear it in a film mix sometimes. If there's a scene in a movie. Hurt Locker. He was hurt, and he was stuck in a locker. Let me out! Let me out! Okay, there's a scene where there's continuity with camera switching that way and then that way and so forth. And you got like this machine gun shooting and a machine gun at the back, then the surround and the front. And because it's it's artificial mixing, timbre matching. It's almost indistinguishable. I had it one time where I had it spot on. It just took enormous amount of hours of tuning and getting the levels right. Okay, because I know the speakers at the front were larger than the ones at the back, and it's just getting the frequency fit it worked out, and where I'm in the middle of the room. So if in the middle of the room, yeah. So if I was playing 20 hertz here, 20 hertz should be the same there, theoretically. And then 30 hertz and 40 hertz, but whatever else is in the room, don't know. And then by the time 40 hertz gets up here, it dips down. It's gone from that energy here, and then it gets down, and then it gets like that, and then it goes up again a bit. So like that. And then you play 20 hertz, and it seems pretty uniform. And play 30, and it goes down, up, down a little bit, and then goes back up again. Cool. It's different every frequency, testing it in the room. And then maybe you take another sub-bass speaker and you place it here in the middle, and then check 40 hertz out and see what it's like. Does it go that way, or does it go that way? Got to check it, and then check the 40 hertz back here. Is it the same, or does it go down slightly? And then you put another sub back here for just 40 hertz. I was thinking maybe, but it's not extremely expensive. It's kind of cheap, but still need quite a few speakers. They're not sub-bass speakers. They're really not. It's just a filter. That's all it is. And then you call it a sub-bass speaker. Have a... I don't know. What's the most common size for the home? 12. That's the most common. Cinema, 18. Not 80 inches. That's uncommon. Those Ascendos, a few far between. I don't think we'll be seeing, or you'll be knowing a cinema's got those. And they wouldn't just have one, they'd probably have a stack of them, you know. Yeah, I'll get to that Ascendo thing, because I think that's interesting, but also a bit flawed on its presentation, debut sort of thing. Yeah, the way I do, multiple sub-bass speakers, literally all around the room, but not playing all the same. Have them crossed over at 48 dB. 24 is a little bit too, yeah. Put it about 40. 48 is not exactly like that. I need another filter. I think it's like elliptical, so it's totally vertical. 48 dBs there, about 24. And then 18, 12, and then 6, and then completely turned off. And then so like 48 dB, and have it. So, okay, I'll keep this low 20 hertz out and this 50 hertz out. Just keep it between a narrow range, and have a sub here, maybe another there and another there near the seating, or so forth. Just work it out. And then have another subs to play the other part of the frequency range. And then when everything's all turned on, playing simultaneously, it should sound different. Trial and error. But it will be pretty pricey. Use a Behringer or a DCX. You can get up to 6 subs. Unless you buy those Behringer DCX 2496 cheap. I mean cheap. Second-hand used, workable, cheap, average, less than sometimes about £120 at the most. I don't think you can get them. I don't think you'd get them any lower than that. Get a few of those. That'll do 6. So you've got one input, LFE signal, and then you use the 6 output for the subs. That gives you 6. And you get another DCX, and they give you 12. You get another DCX, 13, 14, 15, 16, 12. 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Is that right? 17? 6 and 6 is 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, set. 17, 18, sorry, 18. 18, I forgot. You know, but that's, of course, if you get DCXs cheap. And, oh gosh, what? Behringer Class D amplifier. You don't need the 6 kilowatt one. You don't need the 6,000. Not even the freak. The 1 kilowatt would be more than enough. More than enough. Crying out loud. How many of those are you going to have? And then you get those, the Behringer NX 1000, pretty cheap. And then, of course, you've got to modify the fans. Take all the fans out, put new fans in so they sound quiet. And then have all those amplifiers in another room so you don't hear them. Because they're not part of the system. They're only there to energize the sound. They're not, shouldn't be in a room. They're not part of the sound, of the soundtrack. I don't know why a lot of home theatres put those bloody amplifiers in a room, for Christ's sake. Even with a new fan in it, it's still going to be it's noisy, audible. It's not part of the soundtrack. So that's going to be 18 subs playing, and specifically, they got different crossovers. So this will only play a certain part of the frequency range, and the others will play another part and another part. You don't need, and that, in a nutshell, is probably a lot cheaper than a Trinov bass, whatever they're bullshitting. I think Trinov must be on their marketing sales, must be going down a little bit, and they need something to hype it. To get people to buy it. Does that make sense? It certainly makes sense to me. It doesn't fool me one moment, because what they're doing isn't new. I've felt that the high Wycombe UCI at Buckinghamshire back in 1990, and probably a lot better than the Trinov with Dolby Stereo SR. THX as well, JBL. None of this Wisdom Audio, unknown speaker brand. You go onto Wisdom Speaker, YouTube, they turned all the comments off. I wonder why. Because they're getting backlashing. And they're a bit too greedy. I thought George Lucas was bloody greedy with THX Cinema's certification and all that, crying out loud. But that was just saying, hey, the state of cinemas before that was absolutely appalling. And it's like you're paying this fee, and also to keep you on your toes. You're still, the cinema is still getting a piece of the pie. THX is getting a, piece from all the others, and still making them, but it's like, it's like an MOT. It's like a check, if you fail on the air conditioner, and it's been going now for months. It's like, and it's audible, and it's lowering the noise floor, and you got to turn the fader up, and people are moaning now it's too damn loud, and you don't get to CHX certification for the next year until you get on your toes and get it right. You got to have all these things, but fucking hell, it's like a health check. Crying out loud, my health check's all bad. It's all like this. Fucking hell, do I need to certify myself? Fucking THX. I think it was like 16,000. Or no, 1,600. I think it was about 1,600 every time to get a certification. Now, I don't seem to do it. I don't know what goes on the state of cinemas today, but it's absolutely fallen back. I haven't gone to a cinema where the sound can press against your body. All I hear is, I hear a little bit of bass out of now and then out of the whole fucking running time. Boom, blah, blah. But most of the mid range and the high frequency, it's like, oh, I've got to put earplugs in. It's appalling. It's fallen behind. It's gone. So what? It's digital. So fucking what? Rather it be fucking analog. But it is still analog. It's just digital encoding, but it's still got to go through amplifier, and it's still analog output. But it's the quality has fallen back. It's like the 1970s all over again. That's why I don't go near cinemas anymore. But if I were to put my system in a cinema, because it is, I've got enough speaker in my room to fit a small, medium, a 400-seat auditorium. How did I do it? How was it possible? I'd rather have smaller speakers behind the screen, but cluster of them. But there's nothing there there's no encode decode to get sound discrete up here and then down here and then down there and down there. I don't know how long. It's a piece of string. Piece of string is cheap. You get meters on it. Buy speaker cable, bloody hell. You do the logistics, the value, the how much it cost, okay, for a cinema, and how woke that atmos is going to be. Yeah, the overhead surrounds. They're not atmos speakers; they're overhead. Atmos is just an encode. It's just a name, but and they're overhead speakers. Overhead surround or below surround at this only, as far as I know, I'm the only one. No one else has been bragging, oh, I've watched your video and I've done exactly the same thing. Yeah, I can hear the difference. It's a bit, this and that. Of course I know that. It can only do what it can do. It can't do anything more until Dolby Labs come along with a Mark II version Atmos. And that hasn't come along in 10 years. Bloody hell, fucking hell, when they started up with Dolby A-type in cinema, 1971. Was it Clockwork Orange? In 1974, Canon. I think those were optical soundtrack mono. 1975, Star is Born optical soundtrack. 424 matrix with a signal mixed in for the surround. Star Wars Close Encounters 77. Logan's Run 1976, first A-type 70mm 6-track 5-screen mono surround. Superman the movie, first experimental split surround. Apocalypse Now, yeah. Anyway, noise reduction A-type 1971. 1981, that's 10 years. Even though A-Type had been around since the 1960s, but for the cinema industry, 71, 81, 82, 82, 83, 45, 10, 15, I think it's about 15 years, I think, until Dolby SR came along. So there might be maybe a Mark II Atmos maybe in another few years, maybe. I'm just guessing. So then Dolby SR was then around mid-80s. A-Type still in use. So then now there was A or SR, be it on optical soundtrack or magnetic soundtrack. Cinema Digital Sound 1990, even though that didn't do very well, but it's a first step. And then SRD 82, actually a little bit early, slightly a little bit early, because that would have been in the prototype stage testing, and then actually then releasing it in only a few cinemas. Test print Star Trek 6, Undiscovered Country, SRD testing, as well as 35SR, maybe some A-Type, and 70mm 6-track mag. And then Batman Return. It's not really to say like the first, it's more or less Star Trek 6. So 81, 91, 2001, not a Space Odyssey. 10 years. 2011, that's 20 years. That's 20 years. So Dolby Digital more or less still around. A couple of more years, 2013, Dolby Atmos. So 23 years. About 23 years since, digitally. And you minimize the price, the cost. 70mm print is that expensive. 35mm digital SRA, it's going to be that price. So, it's a bit of a difference. But 70mm, brilliant. But still, when you think of back then recording, there's still magnetic soundtrack recording. There might be some early Pro Tool Dave digital sample recording. So mixing or hearing sound is a combination. It's a mixed cocktail, a combination of magnetic and digital sampling. And, can you tell the difference? It's like Tom Holman was telling me Raiders of the Lost Ark had digital recording for Indiana Jones, Harrison Ford, ADR. I don't know if it was used in the movie. I'll have to ask him. Was that used, and what scene is it in the movie? But he had a bit of a run-in with, guess who else? Kathleen Kennedy. Yeah, apparently she almost took his head off. Damn. Was she like a dinosaur? Bloody hell. She's a witch. She's a witch. She's a wench. Kathleen Kennedy. Crikey. Because, it's nothing wrong with trying other things with experimental, if it's going to improve a sound quality or whatever. But they apparently were Sony digital sampling recorders or something that sampled sound. It was still put onto magnetic, but done digitally. The sampling or such, a very early thing used and still some people still use it today. It's a Sony thing. So probably not all the dialogue or ADI in Raiders is probably done. That's pretty good recording. But now today everything's they don't use maybe they want to sometimes, they rarely use magnetic, but it'd probably be few far between because everything would be all everything that was recorded magnetic is sampled, and digitally it's all there. It's probably still have all the traits and all the little artifact or whatever. So you might have a raw version and then a cleaned up version to use for a sound effect library. Yeah. The magnetic, it will wear after a while. It won't last. Digital, probably not perfect. You got to look at what could go wrong, what could happen, what could fail that completely, and then we lost it all. Then we got to go. All we got here is paperwork to go with, and we'll have to start from scratch. And it's not going to be the same recording because it's going to be something. It's similar-ish. I can vaguely remember how it sounded. It's pretty close to that, but there's something that's missing because there's something that may not be. It's where the microphone is, where our ear is, and where the microphone to capture that sound in that dimensionality, and then otherwise it's all lost. Yeah. But yeah, it's all on servers now and hundreds and hundreds of computers, noisy rooms, bloody noisy, all those fans going. That's where they keep all it Pro Tooling now. I wonder if it's also cheaper because if all those machines are running, is it cheaper? The quality, the mixing, is it cheaper than what it was years ago when using machine room those things will only be turned on at a certain time when doing the mixing. The computers in they're continuously running. You go to a hospital, any service things today, you got a computer running 24/7. I don't think it's green. Yeah. But it's interesting, digital recorders. Interesting. Digital recorder. Batteries are flat on this. I'm surprised the batteries lasted 2 years or so. But you record on it, and it's got no moving part. It's got no moving part. So it lasts quite a while, for the battery. So it's got no servo motor turning a motor for tape and all the rest of the electronics. It's only got the battery voltage. It's only 3 volt. I think 3 volt. It lasted almost 2 years. Wow. I'll get put some more battery in, but I don't know. I don't hardly use it. Went out a few times. I've not any sound that I got on it. I've not even uploaded. I just recorded it, played it back. I had a listen. I haven't even played it back through my system. But it was cheap. It was so cheap. And it's got so many inputs, outputs on it, and some pretty clever, and it's fairly robust. I'm sure if I dropped it out of a window onto concrete, it'd certainly be broke. But as it is, it's pretty robust. And the microphones could be angled, different positions, get different recording. Yeah. That's what most people use today. They use those, and they're so portable. So you take less equipment around with you than it was in the old days. You got reel to reel, and it's heavier. Microphones. So many ways to record a sound, there's so many ways. You got to look at every angle. Even if you could put the microphone under the ground, find some way, whatever, any crazy, I wouldn't say crazy idea, anything that's, that would get a quality that may be used or may not be used, but you've done something and got something there to, so many things. So, sub bass. What to do with sub bass? I mean, I could put I could put filters on the. I think I could put filters on the diverting the LFE into the surround speakers. I think I can use the storm audio to put a filter, like a filter there and a filter there. The surround signal will still play. It should still play full range, the surround. But if I put an LFE signal, I should be able to either have the LFE play that range or have it play that range. So I filter off the low that air and filter off some of the upper low there, and so it only plays a narrow part of the range specifically to the area within the room. So the tone is, or let it play. I tried it, didn't destroy the speakers. That's a myth, I think. That you play LFE and you think it's going to destroy your sub bass. That's a myth. It's a load of bullshit. It's no more different than the signal that you see on the left, center, right. It's no more different. Full range sound on Dolby Digital goes from 5 to 20. They say it goes 5 to 120 on the LFE, but I noticed it last week, I think. I was doing a test with Revenge of the Sith where they used the Force. I was seeing that rumble effect going up to almost 200 hertz. I was thinking, I haven't got the left and right channel mixed in, have I? I thought, no, I can't. It's just the LFE signal. I haven't got the center channel there. If I did, I'd add muffled dialogue. Because dialogue vocal male goes down to about 120, maybe just a little over 120 down, maybe 110. And then it rolls off. And female's a little bit higher up. Enough of the female. Female is ruined. Female is woke. Is woke today. Female was okay when it was, Ripley in Aliens. That was okay. That's acceptable. But today it's woke. Disney. It's unacceptable. Anyway, things are changing. And then another 20 years, things will change again. The male would be running in front of the female and the female running behind. So I suppose the female in Indiana Jones is running ahead of Indiana Jones. If that see any of that bullshit in the cinema, fucking walk out. Try and get and demand your money back. Make up some bullshit. Say the speakers were distorted. It was, oh god damn, there was a lot of bass. There was horrible distort. Make up some bullshit. I guarantee if you can really bullshit it, you could get your fucking $10-$20 back, and then fucking go and buy a fucking Burger King. I always get my money back, or I'm prepared to make a fucking big fucking nuisance, and that'll be nothing more than an embarrassment, and they don't want to see that, and you get your money back. And then doesn't go to Bob Iger. He's had enough. I still think I predict this year Disney will go crash and burn. Just wait for the flops to flop and a few more, and then that'll be that. Because Disney are looking like that. Once respected it. Didn't have any ill thought. Didn't have any ill thought about Disney. The mouse is evil. Mickey is evil. See if PDC is clear 14. Roger. EDS to manual. Curious about that. What was the last one? Bit curious about that. I know things are a bit kind of weird at the moment. I mean, really, never known anything like it. Didn't expect to see it in my time. I don't think anyone did. They do try. Oh dear. I think they need to get a kitten. Sad. That is sad. They need to get a cat. They need to get a kitten. Down here. Wednesday. What day? 24. Check that one. Doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right. I don't know what it is. Cheeky back. I can't believe it. Everywhere. Everyone's getting the pinch. Everybody's getting the pinch, including the ones doing the pinch. They're getting pinched, are they? Everyone's getting pinched. Oh my goodness, feeling the pinch. Never known anything like it. Oh. It's okay. It's okay. The universe doesn't notice the pinch, I guess. Let me see. How many kilowatts on the microwave? How many times use? Very little. Very little. Home cinema. Oh gosh, how much ampage? Ampage though. Consumption. Um. Haven't calculated that. But it's still cheaper than a cinema. Yeah, still cheaper than a cinema. Crying out loud, a cinema would be a bit more pricier, especially when they got those xenon lamps in the bloody lamp, the projector thing. Crikey, a xenon lamp, you know how many bloody kilowatt that's pulling? How many ampage? Bloody hell. That's drawing a lot. Yeah, so yeah, I think shut down certain amplifiers. Well, I don't need amplifiers on for a certain presentation. I should have all the other ones turned off because they're not going to be in use. Even though the overhead experimental surround is getting more usage than atmos encoding. It sounds bloody impressive here, I'll tell you. Knocks the socks off a Dolby DSU. Completely puts it blows it out of the water. Just want to get the other thing rigged up and just don't know which way to go around it. Because it's got to be easy to switch back and forth to other sound format. I mean, another thing is if you get the surrounds really tuned nicely with Dolby Stereo 424 Matrix, you can get that sound on Millennium Falcon. When you hear it, it kind of draws you like over this side or whatever. Like you think the sound is going along the surround speaker 1, 2, 3. It just seems that way, but it isn't. Yeah, and the Empire Strikes Back, where it's going out through the ice cave. You got Darth Vader kind of like looking like walks up, and he pauses with stormtroopers there, and you hear this, and then you see the next shot, the Falcon going outward, out through the cave. Another thing that's interesting that's not even noticeable is if that Falcon would be the energy. You think of like a Harrier jet. That would put a lot of air turbulence blowing around, especially if it was inside a cave. And things would be blowing around. That Falcon should be blowing things all over the bloody place, you know? And it's also moving at a speed, accelerating out of the cave. Surprised it didn't bloody knock the dish off the bloody radar thing. Yeah. Yeah. But that would make us such the sound of it also, it will be so deafening, especially on the inside of a cave. It'll be absolute deafening. You know, they wouldn't be, stormtroopers would be kind of like with on the helmet, like, oh, you know, because it would be absolute deafening. Darth Vader would be trying to contain the force in his helmet. It would be deafening. So it's like it's even more lame in that Star Wars crap with the Mary Sue getting in the Falcon and going off at the end. Half the Han Solo's been died first, you know. Bloody load of work. I tell you, that crap Blu-ray wokeness is over there. It will never get fucking played again. I'm thinking of taking that Disney Mary Sue and just breaking the disc in half, throw it in the bin, because it never gets played. Never gets played. It will never get fucking played ever again. Don't care for it. Don't care for any part of the sound mix on it, because every time I see the coloured guy in it, or the Mary Sue, or that fucking BB-8 fucking, I want to pick the fucking OLED up and throw it out the window. Oh. Yeah. I was going to do diagram, just show, you know, but, you know, it's just simple, you know. It's a sound, you know, be in this position. I can hear that. That's bloody hell. Oh. You think Atmos speakers, okay? Like, that's what people know. That's all they know. They don't know. They don't know anything else other than that. Just finding something simple to rustle. Almost sounds like a record sprite, like vinyl. I had the sound there for a moment. No. It just depends on, because the paper's a bit laminated and coated. What's this? Oh, reminds me of the thing in bloody Goldfinger, was it? When he has the bloody pen thing and he's click, 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 and that guy's doing the click, 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 and Bond, boom, everything goes up in smoke. Oh dear. Yeah, that's not a bad mix. That gold eye. Yeah, it's not a bad mix. That. Don't like the music score on it. It does certain things. It's doing several frequencies. Yes. Yeah, I made that in a circle. That sounded like going a circle. Can't do that with Dolby Atmos because it can't go down here. It can only go here, here. That's all it can fucking do. I made that in a total sound in a total circle. Just close my eyes. I know where I'm orientating, you know. So I'll make this. And then, of course, it's doing it a lot quicker, a lot faster. To go outside to that can keep that same, you know, needs something like a motor mechanism that's silent, of course, and then making a sound. Or it could be making the motor sound, but going in a circle. But it's got to go at a different speed. When you go at a slow speed, you don't know, you know it's a, you know. But when you go faster, it gives a different sound. And if you add that sound, kind of circle-ish, going down this way and that way, so it's going overhead, below, all at the same time, very fast. It would have a very disorientating sound. Simple, just to wear it like that. Put a flower in your hair if you're going to San Francisco. Okay. Is my rant finished? No. Am I finished? Am I not finished? Until all those other, you know, grow up and start getting real. I don't think they watch my videos. I don't watch theirs really. I mean, what's the max atmos overhead can do? How many overheads can it do max? I see some configuration that looks like, oh gosh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 16 over. I don't know what the max number is. I suppose you put it on the renderer, but yeah, is it there in the mix or whatever? What's going on? Otherwise, you need a speaker. The overheads for the Atmos is bullshit. That's outdated. That's like looking at the same layout configuration at UCI Tower Park, 1989. It's like the same bloody layout, same separation in the speaker layout, except the surrounds were a little bit further wider, slightly, than they are now. They're put a little bit narrower. So if you're over here listening to I think you're still going to have these issues with, like, you know, you only have to listen to the pink noise and then walk around the room listening to just one overhead surround, and then put the next overhead surround on, playing pink noise, and then the next, and then play pink noise out, all of them, all at the same time, and walk around the room. You notice gaps. They're gaps. Oh, there's a gap here and there's a gap over here. Fucking hell, that's not overhead. That's like, it's easy. It's easy peasy. Because you don't know how many degree angles that they could steer the signal on the stereo. That, you know, so what I've got on my ceiling with like kind of like left, center, right overhead, 9 speakers, I could actually take that to 5. So it goes left to left, center, center, right on the overhead, depending on what's there in the mix, and it might pan and move, and I would hear a sound position pinpointed in that position and that position, and it depends. It just depends. But some atmos encode mixing is pretty rubbish. And, you know, if I put that amount of speakers on the ceiling with the decoders, most of the time it's not going to do anything that's useful. The art of the overhead is pretty rubbish on most movies. Only a tiny few are good, are decent, worthy of listening. I could do quite a bit with Gravity. There's quite a lot going on there. It's having so many elements of tracks, playing stereo, balancing the levels, and, you know, you could get this amount of sound just from stereo. Because overheads, they're just nothing more than stereo zone. At the most I could put at the moment 10, 15, 20. I haven't got it running. I haven't got it fully up and running yet. I think that's more than most other home theaters around, including the one that cost $1 million. Yeah, so $1 million doesn't exactly buy you everything now, does it? Apart from it looks like a Star Wars Disney theme land, and anything that's got a bit of Disney sort of thing, no, don't want to go near it. You know, yesterday, funny enough, coming back home, past Sandbanks, that's where all the rich people live. You don't get rich people where I live around here. It's just peasants like me. I'm just poor peasant, you know. Not kidding. I'm kidding. But you go down Sandbank, I kid you not. Look, R2, Captain Solo, and he's still frozen in carbonite. I haven't put the video up yet. I haven't posted the video. I'll give a short clip here. Took a picture and a video. You know, someone was going to put something like on for show. I think they would conceal it from the window because it's on display. You know, not that you can really see it. It just caught my eye, just a fraction. I thought, what the heck was that? Was that a stormtrooper I just saw? I wouldn't be surprised if there was a Darth Vader in the room, but I kid you not, I saw a stormtrooper, full scale, full size, and Captain Han Solo, and he's still frozen in carbonite. Oh my goodness, someone's got one of those, what's it? Oh dear, what's that made out of? Plastic? And how much that cost? Oh dear, I don't know what those things got. I'm not interested in having those sort of things. I could tell. Ah, they probably got a home cinema up there. Can't see it. I could just see the living room and a stormtrooper and Captain Han Solo, and he's still frozen in carbonite. Just have a look through. Did you not? I can see Captain Han Solo, and he's still frozen in carbonite. Up there. So a little bit over that way is a stormtrooper. That way is Captain Han Solo, and he's still frozen in carbonite. I took a picture, but yeah, it's not a very good picture. It's just where my finger's pointing. I could just see the stormtrooper, but I can't really tell by looking at this picture now. I think I took another picture. Oh yeah, took another picture there. You put it up close, you just see a stormtrooper. Stormtrooper at the window. and over slightly one side. Look, R2, Captain Solo, and he's still frozen in carbonite. Oh dear, who buys crap like that? At least it was Star Wars original shit that I was looking at, not that Disney, because it was the stormtrooper with the shoulder pad thing. I think that's when they go on the yeah. It was one of those. It wasn't that new Disney crap. Maybe it's an original fan living round here, originals only. Yeah, no Disney stuff, please. Yeah. I wonder what they cost, those things. Full large scale stormtrooper. Large scale stormtrooper. No, that's just outfit uniform. It might be on a mannequin. I don't know. Really don't know. No, that's just cheap outfits for. Oh no, that's Force Awakening crap. Oh my goodness, rare. Hang on, Stormtrooper. Oh yeah, film. Oh no, that's a film prop. I'll take that with a pinch of salt. 25,000. It probably didn't even cost that to make. 25. Well, flipping that. You got to be balmy. That's flipping that. No, are you gonna wear it? No, I don't think so. Oh dear. I don't know what these things sell for, but whatever it is, it got to cost 10,000 or more, 10,000 or more, just for a Captain Han Solo. What's a Captain Han Solo? Captain Han Solo carbonite prop. Oh, you get the things to stick on the fridge. That's cheap. Full scale. Oh, full scale carbonite prop step. How much? £250. Crikey. Does that come with all the flashing lights that go down the side of it? All the other light things that go on it, and the no, I wouldn't have one of those. No, I wouldn't have one of those. Captain Han Solo. R2, look, Captain Han Solo. And he's still frozen in carbonite. Yeah. Anyway, that's enough. I'll probably do some more ranting later to educate the, how many speakers do we need? First, you got to have the encoding to the decoding. Until there's a Mark II atmos, you just got to listen to some rubbish at the moment. I recommend Gravity. I don't recommend Top Gun Maverick. That's a load of rubbish for the overhead surround. Apart from some bad sound continuity, visual to sound, off screen or on screen or whatever. It's got some bad sound continuity on the mix. Not brilliant. As far as the what's it goes, the Dark Star thing at the beginning. Actually, I prefer the SR-71 in Final Approach. The afterburner power on that is pretty powerful. Yeah, that's the thing. You see, you need you see, you could play a certain range on. You could take the full range signal of, say, break the overhead down, providing there's a frequency range going into it, going down to the lowest frequency, and then, of course, just put a crossover filter on it. Boom, put a 24 dB crossover filter, have it going flat up to 20, and put a slope on it, and then divert the rest of the energy into another speaker, a sub. Well, it's not really a sub. A bigger bass driver with a better excursion level, so it can move a little bit, reproduce, if it is there. Of course, I don't know. It's the thing. It's the thing. That's the thing. So I know how it sounded on the ferry. I know how it sounded on the ferry yesterday with the clang, 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 and the reverberation and the mechanical vibration as well, because it's all metal, it's all steel, the boat, the ferry. So there's got to be a lot of vibration in it, through it, and acoustical as well. So if you're in an airplane, you're pushing through air at incredible speed. It should give a certain vibration. It should give a specific signature vibration, as well as sound pressure level. But I don't know. I don't know. I have no flipping idea. Not been in one. I got no experience, but I know it should because it's going incredibly fast. And then you got to reproduce that in a room, or reproduce that, like, kind of give it the impression the cockpit is inside the room. But that room, auditorium, is very large, and the cockpit on a airplane is very small. It's very small. You just only one person can maybe get into it, and you got that cockpit in its size, and it's big, and its scale. It's filling the screen. You know, but you're getting the energy. Is the energy there? And forward, back, and then up and down. So up and down, a forward, back, a diagonal. Yeah. Got to think of all the complexities of, you got a cabin that's pressurized, a cockpit, and it's all connected. And there've got to be certain reverberation sounds that got to move in around it through the control panel or whatever. It's a lot of it's a lot of things going on. And then you cut from the interior of a cockpit to the exterior. I think the interior, I don't know, it's difficult. I'd have to, if I were to go on the ferry again and go over Sandbanks, go on the ferry again, probably take my SBL meter, my regular SBL meter, so I'm pretty familiar with the scale reading, rather than using the phone SBL meter, even though there's a new SBL meter on the phone, which is not too bad. I just think, I don't know, can I trust it compared to the SBL meter? Blah, 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 blah. Get a lot of crap on this bloody thing. Unbelievable. I think this SBL meter is a load of crap. Too much advertisement. Now I'm taking this one off. This dBx, decibel X, I'm taking it off. It's a lot of crap bloody advertisement all over it. I can't fucking stand shit like that. I'll just use the other SBL meter. It's just a bit more gimmicky with features, that's all it is. Just, it's like putting fucking lipstick on a fucking pig, but I'm not buying the whole fucking thing. Not worth it. Not with not with the fucking little microphones on these fucking crap fucking smartphones. Are you kidding me? take that off. Where is it? No, 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 no. What is this? Money. No. Oh yeah. Where is it? It's not that one. Is it that one? Where is it? Bingo. Okay. So I'll install it, remove it. It was okay about a month or so ago. Now it's just a load of crap. Just plagued with bloody advertisement. That's it, off my system. I'll just use the other SBL meter, which doesn't seem to give me too much issue. I'll just use that one. I've got basic RTA on it. That gave me a guesstimation on the frequency. Oh. So I guess guesstimation on frequency. But as to its actuality on the SPL meter versus the Tandy realistic, yeah, it's kind of calibrating the scale reading and with pink noise testing and the two SPL meter readers side by side and adjusting until I got more or less. Yeah, I think I can trust that. I can pretty much trust that. But yeah, for an RTA, it's pretty accurate. Interesting. Yesterday at the fish and chips, the extractor for the kitchen, it's got a very low. I think it's in the 30 hertz range. But it wasn't painful, deafening, loud. It was just there. And of course, I'm in a corner of the restaurant, and being in the corner, that's where the most part energy range of the frequency will build up. If I move maybe a little bit somewhere else in the restaurant, the pitch of the frequency might change. I might go at another time, just when they open, to see what the sound level is, because it's very reflective in the restaurant. And when there's a lot of people in there, not everyone's talking. Some are, some aren't. And I don't know, I think the average sound pressure in there must be around about probably 80 dB constant. It's not easy to variable it unless you get everyone so to speak at a certain level, which is difficult to maintain. because where if two people at a table, one there, one here, one person's near to a wall, the other person's not near to a wall, sound quality, frequency, wavelength changes, and we all have 20/20 range. Speech value isn't 20/20. It's more in the range of 100 to about 8 kilohertz. So when you got other sound effects around, say like extractor, that's constant. You got a fryer going. And you're modulating your voice to someone else about arm length distance, roughly 1 meter, maybe 40 inches, maybe about 40 inches across the table, depending on how long the table is. At a small table, about 40 inches. How much proportion of the voice is he listening to? He knows he can hear all the other sound of voices talking. And then you get frequency masking effect. It's like being in a restaurant is like being on a CB radio on a good day with the skip. That's a heck of a lot of freaking over modern modulation. Bloody hell. It's not an easy thing to listen to. And interestingly, no ambient music is played in the fish and chip restaurant. There's no ambient music. That's one thing I've noticed. Ain't got background music. Yeah, I have to go around and maybe do some checks, acoustical checking, comparing voice speech to see what the state of the intelligibility is like. I know I found it frustrating down at the other fish and chips down near the pier. Harry fish and chips. I was thinking, crikey, it's so noisy in here. And I'm thinking, are they going to be able to understand me when taking my order? Because it sounds so loud, and it frustrates because I want them to be able to clearly hear, and I want to be able to clearly hear them. But the whole environment is incredibly reflective. And when you make a sound, verbal sound, I could hear it and then hear it returning milliseconds. And it sounds so over loud, even though I'm talking quiet. If outside, it would be pretty relatively quiet. I could modulate this, down to when whispering, we're talking like this. We're talking like this. We're talking like this. We're talking like this. Okay. And you got to modulate the rest of your diaphragm. Oh dear, you might as well just wear headphones and a microphone. Set the microphone gain. So yeah, can you see those two people over there? Can you see those two people over there? But could they hear that? If I said, could you see those two people? Can you see those two people over there? And they're a distance of maybe 30 feet, maybe 35 feet. And there's other people walking around and their footsteps. There's a little wind breeze. Could they hear So if they're walking here, they had two people over here talking with a microphone and headphone. You see those two people over there walking? Yeah, I see those two people walking. Do you think they can hear us? I don't know, unless we modulate our voice a little bit louder, amplitude it a little bit. Yeah. But would they hear it at night time when it's a lot quieter with less footsteps, people walking around? Of course, they got their own footsteps, depending on what shoes they're wearing, because that makes a difference. If it's soft shoes, there's going to be if it's a sole on a shoe, that's a bit more of a click click, but it's more of a and it's a bit softer sounding, less sound there for masking. Would they hear? I mean, if I can hear the ferry ramp at maybe about 3 mile distant, the car's getting off, clunk, 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 as the car's getting off the ramp. And 3 miles, that's a bit of a distance, I can't hear any other sound. I can't hear people. All I hear is the car, the vehicle, that clang, 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 bang, and then it's speed of sound, 340 per millisecond. I'm not sure how further it can be heard out to until a point where it dissipates, or there may be some other sound there that's not particularly maybe audible. It might be some infrasonic. It's a case of setting up an analyzer microphone, seeing what's on the waterfall spectrum, see if there's any steady state signal that's going down. And I think, there's something there, but where's it coming from? It's a steady state of noise. It's like it's something man-made. But where's it coming from? Yeah, you got to look around. 5 hours. 5 hours. I thought I was only on air for an hour. It's only early hours in the morning. 5 hours. Anyway, I'm clicking off.